Team effort. There we are.
All right. Yep.
It's that one.
It's just.
My fault. All right, turn off your cell phones. It's 5:01. Let's call the meeting of the Albany County Planning and Zoning Commission to order for March 20th. I'll start with the roll call. Ms. Henning. Here. Ms. Platt. Here. Ms. Kokornik. Here. Ms. David.
Yep.
Hinckley is here. We have a full house. First item on the agenda is the agenda itself. For those who are looking at the agenda, note there were two items at the end called additional information. Those aren't additional topics. Those are supplemental to the sign ordinance discussion and to Ms. Erickson's comments on the septic system. So those two additional items will be incorporated into the agenda as written when we come to those specific spots. One item I think we need to add to the agenda is Commissioner Platt is our representative to the Streets Master Plan Committee and may not be here. So I would suggest we throw that in. I was going to put it in at the beginning of the general projects, other announcements and so forth. That works for everybody. Are there other additions, corrections, thoughts on the agenda? Hearing, seeing none, I'll accept a motion to approve the agenda with that amendment.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Is there a second?
A second.
Discussion of the motion. Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Thank you. Okay, let's look at the minutes for February 14th. I had a couple small things, but let's just do the round robin. Anybody want to volunteer a thought or two?
On line 188, I suggest the word order should be Commissioner Platt motioned. I think the word order is different. Where at, sir? Line 188.
Are we doing minutes?
Do the minutes. Yep. Good.
I have a couple.
Okay.
Lines 91 and 92. Change the word that to a word to.
Okay.
Got it?
Yep.
And some of the public comments, not everybody has the addresses listed. Is that?
Yeah, some of them didn't say their address, and I guess, I don't know, I didn't look up their addresses to put them in, so.
Is that a must or not?
I don't think so.
If they did the meeting as it happened, so that was
If they didn't
my
give us
error.
the information, then I don't think so.
Okay. Michael, you already got line 180. Yeah. Line 191 is awkward. It needs to be listed. I'm trying to
Okay.
log in.
Yeah, I see it.
Huh?
Yeah, it is awkward. I can look at that.
It's just missing a word asked, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Line 226. It wasn't clear who was harassing the neighbors. I don't know why mine doesn't log in.
We could just change that. Becomes a weapon for one to harass their neighbors. A simple substitution.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is there a reason why a guest doesn't have connection?
I don't know.
Do you have? I got to connect. Which one are you using?
While she's waiting there, let me just point out.
I have two more. Line 286 should be active voice. That'll make it clearer. Was the subject it was. And then line 326. Our meeting is on March
Oh.
20th and not February.
Yeah.
That's it for me.
I have a few.
Go ahead.
Okay, lines 58, 59. We need woodwork with that a conditional use application would work without changing the zoning. Line 86. Where wastewater systems are.
Okay.
Okay. 105 should be affecting.
Okay.
119 to prevent.
Yep.
Okay. And 158 to 160 is from a different document.
Okay, yep, that's it.
Okay.
That didn't change.
217 should be ahead yet. Not sure what that means. Oh, the more he looks at the draft, the more he likes it. 227 should be side instead of size, the side of a building.
Okay, yep.
Okay, and then 301 is the last one that was mentioned already. Thought we were missing word there.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, you've all covered the ones I thought. It's an interesting exercise. It proves that we read the minutes. You should be gratified. And I would note that I like the detail that you provided on the rezoning amendment. There was a lot going on there to kind of present that to us. It's useful, I thought. All right, other thoughts, corrections, minutes? Seeing none, motion to approve as amended.
I second.
Okay, seconded, discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you. Disclosures, conflict of interest. Start at the far end. Kokornik, Henning, and David.
None?
Mr. Platt. None. I would only point out that I've had some discussions with Ms. Erickson on the subject of the wastewater regs, and that will become apparent as we get into that discussion. So just to let you know that was going on. It's not a conflict, but just some outside information that I was interested in developing with her. So let's move into our public applications. The procedure we'll go through as per usual is a report from staff and questions, comments from the commissioners. If the applicant is present, we'll get them to stand we'll invite them to comment as well as to stand for questions. Then we'll open it a public hearing where we'll hear public comments. And we would like you to state your name and address. So if I neglect to point that out, as was pointed out earlier with the minutes, please remember to tell us who you are and your address in a way that we can capture for the minutes. Keep your comments to 2-3 minutes. No need to repeat what you've already heard. And if you've got a general comment that isn't on that specific agenda item, then please save that for the end of the meeting when we'll have a wide open opportunity for public comment. Then we'll have a motion to close the public hearing, and then we'll decide what we want to do to dispose of or proceed with the application amongst ourselves. First public application before us is the Johnson 99 ZDA 0723, a request to rezone an agricultural piece to commercial zoning. And this was a holdover from our last meeting, so we're going to take it back up again. Mr. Williams.
Yeah, so I guess first of all, we need a motion to untable the item.
Okay,
I make a motion to untable the item.
is there a second?
Second that.
Been moved and seconded to untable it. Discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. You're on.
All right, my staff report didn't change a whole lot. We gave everyone kind of a month to work on things. And I received phone calls and an email that's at the back of the packet that the prospective buyer and the airport are working on an agreement to kind of make things work for both sides as far as height goes and that stuff. So last staff recommendation was to table it. I guess that's changed. So our staff recommendation is to approve the Johnson 99 zoning district amendment application ZDA 0723 adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Go
I
ahead.
thought of one question, and that is accessibility. We already have problems with turning into ventures and facilities along 130, 230, 287. Is there any plan on creating a turning lane into?
That'd be a YDOT thing. And as far as I know, there's no YDOT access permit at this point. And I guess we'll worry about that when we get to the zoning certificate stage.
Others?
Mr. Chair, thank
Please.
you. Thanks, Joe. So the easement sounds like a really good solution because it runs with the land then, so that if it changes hands and other commercial use, the easement will preserve that safety buffer. It'd be nice if the easement were entered into and done by the time this goes to the Board of County Commissioners for approval. Like, it seems risky to approve it without it being a done deal, you know? Do you have a sense of the timing of?
I don't, but I'm sure you could ask the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Kokornik?
That was my question.
Yeah, mine's got a follow-up on that, just to remind ourselves. The objection standard from the fire folks was that ingress egress, which isn't necessarily a zoning thing, but where do we see that? In a commercial situation, it won't come back to us for a subdivision permit. That'll be in a zoning certificate.
That'd be a YDOT thing. They determine that.
Well, but it isn't just access off the highway, it's the whole, are there two places to get in and out, the kind of thing we've talked about with subdivision.
That is
That was-
only in subdivisions larger than 20 lots.
It was a concern expressed by the farmer, so I read it. Is there,
On this application.
yeah, wasn't that the,
Yeah, I mean, that's a standard comment, not that that should be dismissed or anything, but we only have access, I guess, rules for subdivisions larger than 20.
Mr. Gersh, we're gonna add to that?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So what would happen, let me just walk through the process. So what's going to happen is if this zoning is changed, the buyer buys the property, and then they want to do something. So part of our zoning certificate process is they have to provide us the documentation that they have proper access to the property from YDOT or from the county, depending where, obviously this is a YDOT issue. So YDOT would be the one that would review access and what is required. And basically they would give them a permit, and then they would give the applicant and give the permit to us. And then we can go forward with the zoning certificate. Now, with this situation, I mean, there's no standards when it comes to, like, I'm not sure what the fire warden said. I need to go back or I need to pull that.
I think Mr. Williams correctly, it was a generic comment of, let's just make sure there is adequate egress access. I'm picturing a commercial development that would have the same issues as a subdivision, where you've got cul-de-sacs and stores and whatnot, and do we not have a policy on access egress from a parcel developed for commercial use like we do for large subdivisions?
No, we don't. I mean, if it's all gonna stay one property, then no, we wouldn't. I mean, we just ask that we require the access permit from YDOT. And YDOT will look at the use. I mean, the permit will be for what the use is, right? And so the standards are based on what the use is on that property. So it'll be, they do their thing, but ultimately we don't have any standards when it comes to commercial development other than setbacks, basically.
So if they were gonna put in a football stadium that had a lot of traffic, then IDOT would.
Yeah,
police
yes,
that. Okay.
yes, absolutely. I mean, what they look at is they look at the type of use, they look at the distance from other accesses, and those types of things, because I mean, they're big on the distances, so if there's an access right next to it or whatever, they might have to, I mean, there's standards that they have to go through. If it doesn't meet that, then they have to figure it out or whatever, but ultimately, that's all the stuff that happens before it comes to us.
Okay. Moving through the staff report, and I appreciate the addition of those staff responses as I continue to look for an affirmative statement by the county. Not just that it has been addressed, but that we found the way it was addressed to be suitable. On the compatibility with surrounding properties, the staff response points out to us properly that we should not be approving zoning changes with a specific development in mind, but rather an envelope of development. But the comment fails to address, does staff feel this is compatible under 3A Romanet 2? I'm kind of assuming yes, but can we make it say that?
I mean, sure.
I mean, is that in fact the staff opinion?
In the staff analysis, I put the planning department believes it's a good area for commercial zoning.
Okay, so let's just bring that forward. I think that here is the point at which the staff is asking itself, is it compatible with surrounding properties? Which is perhaps a slightly different question that is addressed down below in terms of plans. But what is the basis for that? It's sitting out there at in an agricultural area.
It's right off of a highway. It's right next to an airport.
Okay.
It's part of the
Mine shows
Laramie
most
Road
of it
area.
is industrial.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, okay, and maybe a couple of terms that caught my eye as we looked at this and several of other ones we've looked at. Is our vision a corridor of commercial development along the road to Centennial? And what is strip development that we're supposed to avoid? I'm kind of building up these series of these, and they seem like we're just kind of anything close to the highway, we figure go for it.
I don't know that we have a vision for the corridor. I mean, that's something that would come about in a plan. But it meets all the things that are said in the comp plan. It's right off of a highway. So, I mean, if you want that changed, then we need to, do the plan over.
So what is the strip development that we're admonished to avoid? What does that term mean in planning?
Like industrial in a neighborhood.
That wouldn't be strip development. That would be incompatible, but well, the two things that are mentioned are strip and leapfrog development.
That would be leapfrog for sure.
So what's an example of a strip development that we would avoid?
I mean, I guess a strip development could be like development along a corridor like this or whatever. It has, I mean, a subdivision with like 5 lots with just, I mean, it's out kind of away from everything else, right? So, I mean, I guess the difference between this and that would be this is right next to the city, and that the airport, which is already a industrial use. Yeah.
All right, I guess.
I mean, I would say it's more like, I mean, like what we already have along of these roads.
Right.
We have a bunch of houses that are all coming off of this road or whatever, right along the road. Or it could be a bunch of businesses that are all along the road.
But I'm asking, as a planner, am I reading the comprehensive plan incorrectly? I mean, aren't we, as I say, admonished not to promote strip development nor leapfrog development?
Yes, that's what it said.
And what is it? What you're describing is an incompatible development that's just kind of out by itself doing its own thing. What is it about a strip development that's objectionable? When it seems, in one sense, kind of obvious, and yet you guys, staff.
I mean, like, I think if a lot of this terminology, I would say fits better in a city situation than a county situation. Like the plan also encourages commercial uses and those types of things along intersections and busy roads, right? So to say that that's, I don't know if, I would think it has to do more with the services. Like if you're gonna do this strip, you have to have like city services all out here, which we don't have city services, so. I mean, that would apply more to a strip pattern of development, a leapfrog development, because it's inefficient use of land because you're running services all the way out to these types of development. And there's really not services in the county that, I mean, there is in some places like Centennial, South Laramie Water District area, those types of areas. But this situation, there's really no services that we're extending. We're not inefficiently using services in this area. I mean, there isn't. I mean, it'd be a.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Platt.
if you step back, if I were to step back and look at this greater area centered by the airport, a major piece of industrialized property, and what sort of uses are appropriate for that, and look what's already out there, the Armory, the One Business Park, proposed commercial development, the major proposed intersection coming in, this piece of property right by the airport. Yeah, to me, this seems like a perfectly appropriate designation.
Good.
Without having to think about strip or leapfrogging. I mean, the airport's there.
No, I was just bringing it up as to educate myself in terms of what it was about those conditions that were
And if you look at
problematic.
the map, it's part of the property falls within the growth area plan.
True.
Right here, not the entirety of it.
Yeah.
So if we're thinking about, development, it might be leapfrog today, but it may not be much in 5 years.
All right. Educational diversion there. Let me go back to the choice of words in the staff report. And this one runs through this and the next one. When the question is, will there be significant adverse economic impacts? And the response is no economic impacts. I think what you mean is no adverse economic impacts or no significant environmental impacts in each of these cases. So if that is in fact what you mean, then I would encourage us, the county, to say so. On its face, no economic impact is probably not credible. In fact, we hope there is an economic impact, a positive one. Similarly, in the next two, D and E, I think the staff report would be more precisely worded if it were to include the words of the requirement, significant adverse cultural resource. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Then under G, impacts to public services, the question is, can public services adequately meet the needs of the proposed zoning district? Explain the applicant's response and the staff response. They don't seem to be directed at that condition. What is the agreement between the airport prospective buyer?
We don't have that. And if we did, that's civil. But that was the concern last time, so that's.
Okay, so the question is, can those services be adequately provided? Is the answer we don't know, or we hope so, or they're working on it?
We're working on this is just zoning. I mean, everything else is gonna come later.
So,
Okay. Why is that a zoning criteria then, Mr.?
so I would just add that, this proposal is partially in the priority growth area 1, where we say that these, services can in the future be provided. It also shows that, some of the services like fire and emergency response, all those things are close enough to obviously the city and the airport that those would be available for this property. So I just, where it's showing it's in the comprehensive plan as an area that we're wanting growth to happen. Part of the analysis that came to that was to say that there are services in the area. This would be efficiently served by those.
And in the definition of priority growth area. One, it's that the city is planning future extensions of roads, sewer, water, and public services. Are they? Is the city planning on extending water and sewer into these areas?
I would have to ask the city. I don't know if there's any plans right now going on.
Okay, so it's in PGA 1 because the county's feeling is that would be a logical place for the city to extend services. Rather
It's
than,
also in the urban growth area for the city of Laramie's comp plan, so which is the same as.
Which is the priority.
okay,
So they're saying that this is an efficient place to go as well.
okay. I just was, again, reading the words and trying to make them match up. I think we're all sympathetic to the project. Does it in fact, is it compatible with these comprehensive plans? Another one that caught my eye was rural commercial is described in the discussion of how it relates to our land use plans. Now, rural commercial is not a zone. It's something that shows up
It's
like
a land use.
comp plan.
That is directly out of the comp plan.
Right. So,
Commercial is the zone.
right. Should we have a rural commercial, something a little lower key commercial than full scale commercial? Is that what was intended by that term in the comp plan?
This is the only commercial in the comp plan.
There's no other kind of commercial.
No, that's the only commercial that's listed.
And some of these questions go towards our concern that we kind of bring the comp plan into forming that we're doing these days. But I think we do want to look at the comp plan carefully as we make zoning decisions. Were there any thoughts on the coordination with the Laramie growth area, which had identified a commercial center just east of this? Yeah, again, I just, as planners, what were your thoughts on that? Would this replace that?
This isn't in the growth plan.
I know it's just outside of it, and just inside the Laramie growth plan is a major intersection, and it meets those criteria. And the idea was that we were going to focus our attention there in developing commercial properties out by the airport. Again, I'm just asking, is there some sense that we should be coordinating with the growth plan in terms of where these commercial centers become nucleated?
I mean, that becomes difficult because both of the plans have been adopted. Neither one of them has, been unadopted or anything or made moot. The comprehensive plan still holds value and is something that we have to look at. It does make it a little interesting that we have another plan that's now adopted that is in some ways contrary to that. So, I mean, we have to look at both of them and take that information and digest it and figure out what we want to do. But there's no set way of how we do this. It doesn't make the comp plan move because we adopted this other plan. I mean, that would make no sense because the comp plan covers the entire county where the growth area plan only covers right around the city.
Right. I guess I'm just asking you as planners, when you identify this as a logical place to start building more of a nuclear center, should we be considering that? Can we consider that we have this other plan that says, no, we'd like that commercial center to be down the road, or do we anticipate two commercial centers? And I'm just looking for what a longer term vision here is, than just this specific application.
Right. I mean, the growth plan doesn't cover this area, so
Correct.
we don't look at that in this situation. We look at the comp plan.
Okay, and these are all just planning questions, but to emphasize the point that we're trying to integrate these planning decisions into this larger comprehensive vision for the county. And I think that's all I had. Again, no objections to the application. Sounds like it's compatible with what we heard last month. Other thoughts, questions, opportunities to educate ourselves?
Just to clarify, my only reservation about this was the airport. So they're working on an agreement with the airport. If we approve this, will it be contingent upon that agreement being finalized, or?
It either is zoned commercial or it is not zoned commercial. There is no contingency plan, and even their agreement, that's a civil matter. We wouldn't get involved with that.
So should we have reservations about what else, other commercial uses on here being incompatible with the airport?
I think I think there's representatives from the airport here. Maybe they can answer your questions better than
Okay.
we can.
Sure.
I would also say that, I mean, we talked last time about doing an overlay zone, an airport overlay zone. I mean, if we were to get that done, we can control kind of, you know, whatever we want to, heights, whatever that kind of, anything like that. So that's still somewhere we could go.
All right, if no more questions for staff, is there a representative for the applicant here? Someone from the airport? I mean, at the last meeting, I think there was indication that someone would come back to us from the airport with their report.
I'm not the applicant, but I am your.
Oh, yeah. Someone.
I wouldn't say much.
Okay. We'll accept applicant or representatives. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing. We're just trying to make.
Okay, name and address, please. Let's do this
Wendy
right.
Johnson, 2 Johnson 99 Ranch Road. I'm the owner of Johnson 99 Ranch. So that is our, part of our high ground out there. We have a lot of ground around that we bring cattle out to that area. So there's a little piece there. I'm trying to make it from ag to commercial. And that's pretty much what I'm asking, just change the zone.
Okay.
So I can sell it. Any
Questions for
questions?
your applicant? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
We don't have to make this hard. If there were questions, thanks
Yeah,
for coming and help sharing. Did you want to speak to the airport's interest?
Yes, thank you. Good evening. My name is Jody Shea. I represent the Laramie Regional Airport Joint Powers Board. I was here about a month ago and we talked about the challenges that the airport was concerned about with the rezoning of this particular property. The board remained consistent in its support of commercial development out near the airport. With some restrictions. So after we met during the meeting in February, I learned that there was a clear zone easement that may encumber part of this property. I've since had the opportunity to look at that document. It was executed between the city and county, who were the owners of the airport at that point, and the landowners. This was in the mid 1960s. And so the clear zone easement does restrict height of structures and height of landscaping in an area that's right off of the end of the runway. Unfortunately, I don't think that easement affects the property that's that's being considered for rezoning right now. But with that information, I was able to visit with the prospective purchasers to talk about an easement similar in concept, but probably broader in scope for this property. It sounds like our interests remain aligned as far as the development. From what I understand, the height of the proposed structures should not go above what is right now probably set at 40 feet height. The elevation of where they're proposing to build is actually lower than the elevation of the runway. So I think that any restrictions on height will complement what is being proposed in that area. I had the opportunity to work with our airport engineer this week, and so they've agreed to help with some of the language on the slope and the restrictions to include in the easement. We also need to consider what TSA's requirements may be. For example, we wouldn't want structures built near the perimeter fence so people can climb over and get on the airport. So there's been a lot of areas explored and discussed in working with prospective buyers. My impression is that they are 100% on board in making this work. I think our interests still align. It's my expectation that we will have either the language of the easement drafted before the April 2nd commissioners meeting or an agreement as to what that will look like. I recognize that yeah, it is sort of tentative right now without having that easement in place. It is a little bit of an uncomfortable place to be. With these particular buyers, though, I don't have reason to believe that this will be derailed. I know that they have significant interest in developing the property, and the airport interests are not completely unaligned with theirs. But we do need to get some of those pieces in place. I feel comfortable that we can get some agreements in place, whether that is an agreement to execute the easement or the easement itself before April 2nd. I know closing is important to these folks. They want to get on with their development. The airport's last desire is to hold that up, but we want to make sure that we feel comfortable with the restrictions. As to the airport overlay zone, I did share with Mr. Wilms when we talked that the city's UDC, they've done a really good job of creating some restrictions within their ordinances. And so I think if the county were interested in doing something similar, there would not be a need to necessarily recreate the wheel. I think that there's some concepts that have already been created and adopted by the city that would probably be appropriate for an overlay zone as well. I'm happy to answer any questions.
And thank you. Mr. Ayers opined at our last meeting that in any case, your jurisdiction would trump. Is that fair statement?
When you may say you mean the FAA?
Yeah.
I don't know that that's accurate. So the airport's charge is through our grant assurances. So when we get federal funds, we are charged to do certain things. One of those grant assurances says we need to do our best to make sure that adjoining uses are compatible with airport uses. And so the FAA really has no jurisdiction. We certainly want them to know what's going on and to know that we're doing our best to meet our grant assurances. But I am not aware of a circumstance where they will come in and tell us we did it wrong, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Or give us back our money.
Yeah, or give us back our money. Right. And we have a really great working relationship with the FAA, so we're constantly in communication with their various departments to make sure that we are complying. They've contributed a lot of money to the airport, as has the county and as has the city.
Just to follow that just very briefly, Mr. Ayers, Mr. Gertz, did any reservations about proceeding with this in the absence of kind of nailing some of this down?
No, I feel like if the airport's, comfortable with the situation, then, I think we should move forward. I mean, if something comes up before the Board of County Commissioners, and the airport can always come back and, express concerns, or whatever, but it sounds like everybody's amicable and moving forward in a positive way, so let's keep moving forward.
Sure. Mr. Ayers, are we getting ahead of ourselves? Okay, thank you. Mr. David.
Again, we are not authorizing or changing the zoning for a particular project. We can approve this today, and tomorrow a new buyer will come up that is not working with the airport so well. Are we comfortable with that scenario?
Okay, our staff and our attorney have answered in the affirmative, but it's an absolutely fair question.
That is a fair point, and certainly, hopefully, the potential buyer can speak to that. I mean, it's my impression that time is of the essence for them. If Commission wanted to table this for until the next meeting, I don't know what impacts that has on their project. I'm confident that if that is the desire of this panel, we would get that, at least the language of the easement in place. So whether or not the seller would want to execute that or the buyer would want to execute that would be a different conversation, but we're moving in the right direction. The time is the tricky part. Yeah.
I guess rather than being this big part of the public, I'm thinking this is kind of the applicant's piece and sort of
Yep,
staff.
so I can step away.
Would the applicant like to address that thought? Is there more to be said here? Thank you.
So, could you give me your question again, what you asked? Are you concerned about the buyer backing out, and then I would sell to somebody else?
Tomorrow morning, I win the lottery,
Mm-hmm.
and I come to you with a proposal that is 3 times what this buyer is offering you, but I want to put there a tower that is 80 feet tall. Will you sell it to me?
Well, of course not. because there is easements, even though they were talking about the easements, that was way before my time, but it was the family, my husband's family. But I still have cattle surrounding that. So what goes in there is very important to me. I don't want to just see anything or anybody buying this property. So I've considered this a lot because, you know, this is something that I wasn't sure I even wanted to do, but knowing the buyers and what they're wanting to do, I think is something that really helps Laramie. So that is the reason. So if they back out, I might not be able to sell it or want to, because it has to be a certain buyer that will buy this. That's good for, I mean, I've lived here a long time. Laramie's important to me. The county's important to me. So I'm not, and I'm here for a long time. So I will not just put anything in there or anybody. So that's just my word, but I've been here a long time. So any other questions on that? And you can, I mean, talk to the buyer too, because I mean, we've been working on this for quite a while. So got to know them, and I really think it's a good thing.
Thank you. Maybe there's no
Thanks.
more to be said. Let's open this to general public comment if we have any. Are there others who would like to address this in the back? Please come forward. Name and address, please.
My name is Jed Garrick. I live in Cheyenne, Wyoming, 209-925 Service. So I think what you guys are concerned with, totally understand, totally respect that. There's a clear zone easement on this property. You can't build anything on this property at this point. If she sells to me tomorrow, if she sells to somebody else tomorrow, they can't build anything on this property. There's a clear zone easement. That is on the property. So in order to get that lifted, we have to work with the airport to do some covenants and restrictions on what we can build, not too tall landscaping. Those are in place now. None of us can change that clear zone easement. Somebody can't come and build a tower because Lindy sells it to someone else tomorrow. That is an impossibility. And I think that's a little bit what we've talked about. I just want to make that clear because I've done a lot of research and investigation on it. We were set to close previously. When we ran into that, that was the issue. So that is in place for you guys to not have to worry about, or anybody at the airport or anybody. Those just don't go away. Somebody can't make it go away, build a tower, build any, whatever else somebody may want to do. If that makes sense.
If we change or recommend to the commissioners to change the zoning,
Yeah.
then the zoning change.
Yeah, but it doesn't change the clear zone easement that's on the property. That you guys can't get rid of that. None of you guys can get rid of it. Nobody can. It is a clear zone easement, again, with the city, county, whoever did that with the Johnson family on the property years ago. That doesn't disappear. We've got to go and work with the FFA. Everybody's got to approve that, even though we're still not in direct line with the property. On our property, on this 35 acres, is the clear zone easement. So it's not gone. It can't just go away. You guys can't make it go away by zoning a commercial. If Lindy wants to go build some, take that 35 acre and she wants to go build some silo out there, guess what? Still got the clear zone easement. She's going to be in violation. You can bet that the FAA or whoever else is going to come after her. Does that make sense? Does that help clarify anything? I don't know if it does.
If I understand, the easement is not a county instrument.
Exactly.
So this is a contract that
Yeah.
you have.
Yep, that's what they have, the Johnsons have on their property that surrounds the airport, not just 35 acres that she's cutting off for us to purchase, but for the rest of it too. It's there, and to get past that is gonna be a hurdle, which like these guys are saying, that we gotta work with the FAA to do that.
Airport is a party to that easement.
The airport
That's
is a
the
party
critical
to the
piece.
easement. Exactly right. Yep.
That's not what I understood from the lawyer. Can you speak to that? You said that the easement that you have does not include that parcel?
Yeah, that's my understanding, and certainly if there's evidence that shows otherwise, I think it makes this conversation a lot easier. In the documents that I've reviewed, there is a clear zone easement, and it burdens the property off of the end of the runway. I'm using my hands because I don't have a picture of that. So we've got our runway that runs northeast, southeast, northwest. It's the 2-1 runway. Off of the northwest side of it, there is a clear zone easement that extends some distance, which disallows structures of certain heights and disallows landscaping of certain heights. The property that is under review is located here. So the easement, does not impact the property
That's what I
here. So it's true that if Ms. Johnson were to sell the area, the clear zone easement, that would be a problem. I'm just not convinced that it encumbers the land that we are looking to rezone.
From looking at the maps is what I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is not wildly helpful, but it's the best I can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Comments from others? Go right ahead. Please.
It seems to me that Ms. Shea's confident this new easement will be in place before the county commissioners meet. They can nix it if that's not the case. If we approve it tonight, we don't need to hold it up for another month because they still have a go at it. We're just making a recommendation.
Okay, other public comments? Do we have anybody online? We do not. All right, let's close the public hearing and then we can move on to disposition of the application. Do I have a motion to? No, that's fine. If we had some questions for these folks, they can help us with it. I think we've exhausted that. So let's have a motion to close the public hearing.
I move we close the public hearing.
Is there a second?
A second?
Second to close public hearing, discussion, hearing seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Unanimous, thank you. Okay, so in terms of what we do with this, is some kind of a contingent recommendation appropriate, gentlemen? There seems to be a consensus that we're happy with this idea. There's just the reservation about the agreement at the airport coming to fruition. Could we move it forward conditionally?
I would like to make a comment again that we approve zoning changes. We don't approve specific projects. And again, we have to be consistent. That's what Mr. Ayers told us again and again and again. We can't apply different criteria or different set of decisions to one project or another. We change zoning. And if we change the zoning when we are not sure that there is agreement in place, it's a violation of the be consistent. That's my point. I don't think it's a bad idea to develop the area. I think it's great to have, commercial activities around the airport rather than elsewhere in the county, but I just don't see how we legally fit. I mean, we have to apply the same principles, and we don't have, in my opinion, we don't have everything that is needed. I don't feel more confident today than I did a month ago.
Okay, fair. Others?
Mr. Chairman, I understand your concerns. However, I think the issue is this an appropriate zoning, if commercial or not, without any prospective analysis of how applicants may or may not use it. And I believe it is appropriate for commercial zoning. I believe we should recommend approval.
So the question is a procedural one. I guess I don't see it as inconsistent. We are not making the zoning change. We are recommending the change be made by the county commissioners. So there is space there now that we don't have over-exercise. We're kind of filling in for them in a very real sense, but there is a time element that I'm sensitive to. Mr. Ayers, what thoughts on, earlier you opined it was not procedurally suspect to with a recommendation for a zoning change to commercial, full stop. In light of the ambiguity about easements and so forth, does that change your opinion?
I suppose as long as this commission feels that it has been presented with adequate information relating to the required findings for zoning district amendment, No, we're not.
Thoughts?
I'm comfortable with recommending approval, because I know we have Commissioner Ibarra is here and has heard the conversation. And, it seems like everybody's in alignment on how to solve the problem with an easement, which will run with the land and be in existence for any commercial, changeover that could happen over time. And that I trust the Board of County Commissioners to assess the information and make an appropriate decision when it comes to them.
So David,
Jill, what happens if the county commissioners meet on April 2nd and the easement agreement is not in place or not drafted?
They could choose to table it themselves and provide time then to see the easement deal be executed. But it just allows forward motion right now, in case they can make the April 2nd deadline and have an executed agreement or an agreement that's, agreed to in principle to the point where the Board of County Commissioners can feel comfortable that it's soon to be executed. I mean, that'd be the call of the Board of County Commissioners at that point. But I feel comfortable letting this progress forward to the Board of County Commissioners and have them decide what they want to do.
thank you. I mean, our job is to vet it for them to the extent we can. So we don't want to be just saying, fine with us, do whatever you want to. Not that was the spirit of the discussion there. Okay, other thoughts, board, questions for staff, attorney? Is there a motion to be made?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion, based on our staff recommendation and what we've heard today, with members and members of the public. I move to recommend approval to the Board of County Commission. I move to recommend that the Board of County Commissioners approve the Johnson 99 zoning district amendment application, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, as well as each are stated in the staff report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Further discussion? Let's put it to a vote. Ms. Hanning?
Aye.
Mr. Platt?
Aye.
Ms. Kokornik?
Aye.
Ms. Ben David?
Hey,
Hinckley? Aye. Motion carries. And let the staff report to the county commissioners reflect the concern expressed by the minority vote, which we all share. Thank you. Okay, double bar L zoning change, rural residential to commercial. Similar. Oh, and anyone on the last one is certainly excused. Thank you for your participation. Agricultural to commercial, ZDA 0823. I'm sorry, rural residential to commercial. Does you have the staff report?
All right, the applicant is Double Bar L Investments LLC. The addresses are 6, 10, and 24 Cannonball Road. And their request is to change the zoning of all three parcels to commercial from rural residential. There were several reviews. The assessor's office, Chelsea Matthews, had no concerns. Road and Bridge, Rob Fisher, had no concerns. Tracy Fletcher of the Treasurer had no concerns. Luke Hawkins, chairman of the Albany County Fire District 1, has concerns about access. Holly Dyer, rangeland and watershed resource specialist at the Laramie Rivers Conservation District, has concerns about erosion. Full comments can be seen in the review section. And YDOT Taylor Report commented on access, noted that work within the right-of-way will need appropriate permitting, and commented on drainage. His full comments can be seen in the review section. Applicable sections of the Albany County zoning resolution are Chapter 3, Section 5. Findings necessary for approval. Pursuant to the Albany County zoning resolution, Chapter 3, Section 5G, the Board of County Commissioners must make the following findings. The applicant has provided such maps or surveys as required. The proposed zoning district amendment generally follows suggestions of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan, including but not limited to the long-range growth plan and the priority growth areas and other applicable land use plans. And the applicant has demonstrated that the proposed zoning district amendment complies with all criteria. And pursuant to Chapter 3, Section 5D of the Albany County zoning resolution, the applicant has provided the required notice by posted sign publication and certified mailing. Staff analysis is that the planning department believes that the proposed zoning district amendment generally follows suggestions of the Albany County Comprehensive Plan. This location makes sense for commercial zoning because of the presence of two highways intersecting. Each commercial use in the land use table should be looked at when considering whether these parcels should be commercially zoned. None of the land uses presented in the applicant's narratives are final with this application. Findings of fact, the findings necessary for approval and applicant responses referenced in this report are adopted as findings that the applicant has adequately addressed the specified impacts and the same are incorporated herein. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with and is in compliance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. Staff recommendation is to approve the double bar L district, zoning district amendment, CDA 0823, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis, findings of fact, and conclusions of law as each are stated in the staff report.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Welps? Good. I'll start if nobody else wants to.
You want to go first since I took your question? Okay, Mr. Chair, Joe, thank you for presenting. I guess the concern that I have about potential commercial development. Well, first, just let's talk about our plans real quick. Okay, so this is outside of the Laramie growth area plan, and that doesn't apply. And we're looking at priority growth area 4 for this area.
Correct.
Okay, and so there is no sewer to collect any, whether it's this particular operation or a future one, there is no centralized sewer system to collect any potentially commercially generated wastewater.
Not at this time.
It would go to a septic tank.
Depending on how large, yes.
I mean, right, if it's more than 2,000 gallons per day, someone would have to go to DEQ to get a permit for large capacity septic system potentially, or
yep,
or depending upon what they would be discharging. So that wasn't a concern for you guys when you thought about natural and environmental resource impacts.
We definitely talked about it. But this is a zone change. None of the uses are final,
So when it gets to the zoning certificate stage is when you would be making sure that, like what they're talking about doing for their wash bay water collection, that would be implemented in the zoning certificate, and any appropriate permitting that might need to be sought from DEQ would be sought from DEQ. And so what you have to help remind me what's in the small wastewater regulations that would allow you to impose some kind of treatment of the wash bay water into a conventional septic tank. Will they be noticing?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the standards are specifically for that. With the, if it hits, so even if it's not over 2,000 gallons, it may go to DEQ if it's a certain type of waste. So a lot of commercial waste has to go automatically to DEQ. But, I haven't looked into that. I don't know exactly what that would mean, but I know that most commercial waste has to go to DEQ. And so they would be the ones that permitted and have the standards for a system like this.
So what do you do in the zoning certificate process to make sure that loop got closed?
Well, so our zoning certificate for the building is separate from the wastewater permit. Meaning the zoning certificate does not require a wastewater permit to be approved. It's always recommended that they do those things simultaneously. I mean, mostly so that they can fit both. They don't put their house or their building right where the septic system is.
Right.
That's the only place you can put it, or whatever. But there is no connection between those two permits in that way.
Gotcha.
So we would look at that totally separate. I mean, they could do a building, we would permit the building, and then they would come in and do the wastewater, whether it's us or DEQ, which I would imagine it's probably DEQ, depending on the size and scope of what you're doing. They'd have to get a permit for that.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Platt,
I don't have anything.
Just leapfrogging,
take it.
leapfrogging.
Okay, I'll follow up on that. Mr. Correct.
I can't find it at the moment, but there was a place where it said the potable water is going to be in ground cisterns for these buildings.
That is what it said, yeah.
Yeah, so will there be wells for non-potable water or?
Not to my knowledge, there's not a lot of water out there. From my knowledge, it's all.
We have to haul all the water.
Yes,
That's there. That's on them.
yes.
Okay,
I believe that's how the subdivision was approved as well, so.
okay. That was my answer question.
Okay, I just, I'd repeat my comment about staff responses. I'd like them to specifically address are there adverse impacts or not?
Yep.
So tell us about the existing, what appear to be commercial uses, the across the street to the west and the bakery to the north. Are those not commercial?
The bakery was approved as a home business. They brought in plans showing us that it would be a home with a bakery in it, and it met the standards at that time.
As a rural residential zone.
Correct, yeah. Home businesses are allowed in residential and agricultural areas.
And they'll follow up on your at that time.
It is a home.
Is it a
Well,
home?
they presented to us in their zoning certificate, met the requirements, and that was approved that way. I don't have anything else to say, I guess.
Okay. I guess, well, all right, let's just follow that thread briefly. If one comes in for a home business and that expands into a much larger business, then they exceed their zoning at some point.
If that can be proved, yes.
Okay. And I love the bakery. I commend it to everybody. But like when it's brought up as part of the reason to approve this is its compatibility with the existing current land use, to use their words. I'm asking, are the current land uses to which they're adjacent commercial? The answer officially is no. What about the whatever the construction staging area, the piece across the road to the west? They describe it as a construction mill.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that.
I mean, there's a facility there. I assumed it was a construction staging yard as I've driven past it, but they're describing it as a construction
Crosshair Lane to the west.
/ mill. What's its story?
I don't know anything about that portion.
Neighboring properties who are currently using their land for business purposes. Again, it sounds like the applicant feels they are in a commercial area. You don't know anything about that piece.
I'm not sure if there's, something going on. That'd be an enforcement thing. Potentially.
So following up on an earlier comment, it is in priority growth area 4. So in what sense is this proposal compatible with the comprehensive plan?
Because the comprehensive plan calls for commercial, at major intersections of highways. So I mean, there's that. It's also not like too far from Laramie.
Okay, I mean, I find the term rural commercial is described in the context of priority growth area 2 rather than priority growth area 4. So I'm somewhat concerned about its congruence with the existing land use plan. And again, this harks back to my earlier question. It strikes me as whether you want to leapfrog or strip or whatever it is, we've got commercial kind of nodes out scattered along the highway. And the sense seems to be that that's okay. And I don't think that is consistent with the comprehensive plan as we extend further and further west to qualify as being compatible with the comprehensive plan. All that's required is to be a road intersection. And I've been thinking back to a commercial zoning that was rejected by the county commissioners at the confluence of the Centennial Highway and road up out of Big Hollow. That was rejected. Someone wanted to put in a commercial facility at that intersection.
Not familiar.
That's true. Staff recommended the same as this one. So it was against staff recommendation. They felt like it wasn't appropriate, but it meets the definition of rural commercial. And there was already development out there, that whole 300 lots out there, so.
So that was denied by the county commission on the basis of incompatibility with land use planning, or what?
I don't remember what the denial was based on.
But that would be a legitimate reason to deny a zoning application change, is that it's not.
If you don't feel like it's compatible.
If you can point to a finding.
No, the finding would be that it's incompatible.
And if you can point to that, then sure.
I'm not understanding what you mean by point to that.
I'm saying that you need to point to something in order to not deny it, if that's what you want to do.
All right, but if
He's saying, yes, you can use the comp plan.
Okay.
Point to the comp plan and that would be your reason.
It's in priority growth area 4, which if you read the definition of priority growth area 4, it does not contemplate commercial use. That would be the point 2. Would that address your concern, Mr. Walsh?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? I think that's mostly where my thoughts were going, was just, do we want to continue to, I don't know the right terms, that looks like what I would call leapfrog development, where we now have a series of detached commercial kind of nuclei headed out towards Centennial. So, all right, those my thoughts. Other comments, questions for staff?
Mr. Chair, I have another question.
Please.
I should have asked the first time. So you already looked at whether a conditional use permit would apply to what they want to do, and it wouldn't, as another mechanism to
You mean in rural residential?
for the land use they want to do in rural residential.
But in rural residential,
Yeah.
yeah, and I believe that they were all commercial. At the very least.
Okay. So it's not conditionally allowed. Thanks. That's all I have.
Okay, is the applicant here or representative of the applicant? Please come forward, give us your name and address. See where we go.
My name's Cody Liggett, one of the members of Double Barrel Investments. The address is 610 and 24 Campbell. Looking at it with its proximity to the airport and its direct connection to I-80 and then also back to Laramie, those particular lots fit a pretty standard zoning when you're looking to expand in an area. I do understand your comments about leapfrogging. That as a intersection of two highways, it seems to be a good starting point for us to be able to grow that area. As far as that's all I've got on that. If you have questions.
If you have something more you'd like to share.
So
with us,
I was taking notes while you guys were speaking there. Collection of wastewater on a commercial system would be done with permitting through the DEQ. None of that wastewater would be introduced into a septic system whatsoever. It would be two separate systems. So we've already addressed that in the event we're allowed to rezone it. Water wells, there are no water wells out there, no access to water. We're a trucking company, so we would have access to hauling our own water in bulk and not making 100 trips a day with a 200-gallon tank. So we would be able to provide bulk water. The current land uses, yes, those are both of them are home-based businesses. When you're in the area and you're assessing how you feel about it, there's a business there with lots of traffic, Wednesday through Saturday, most Sundays. They're home-based businesses. Those folks live there, but they're still operating a business. So it's not like us rezoning commercial would be invading on their private secluded life. Like I said, that property does have a connection directly to I-80. We felt that was well suited for our maintenance facility, so.
You mean I-80 via Herrick Road?
Via Herrick Lane, yes. It's, I think it's 8 miles out to the
No,
interstate. We do see a large amount of truck traffic that comes out of Laramie or comes into that intersection. And from about 6 a.m. till 8 p.m., we hear nothing but airplanes. Big airplanes, little airplanes. It's crazy how noisy that particular area is, so.
What is the nature of the business across we'll call it business across the road to the west?
I think he's got a construction company. But he does live there, so he's in and out of there every day, just like we are. Just like the folks with the bakery, you know, they live there and do their thing, so.
Questions for the applicant?
Thanks for answering mine.
Okay.
What, just in general, were there other properties you looked at? What is it that brought this particular property to your attention?
We did look at other properties, some inside the city, some outside the city. And what brought us to that specific location was the fact that it was a 20-acre parcel of land that was already subdivided and at a major highway intersection with good access to I-80, whereas the other industrial lots or commercial lots we looked at in town were either really small or had no access to them whatsoever. You know, they're tucked away in these little cul-de-sacs, and for growth for our business and growth for the community, I mean, it was a great place to take that size of an operation and move it to.
And as opposed to other that would require a zoning change. I'm just looking at the map. There are a lot of properties that are currently zoned rural residential that are right along 130, for example.
That is correct. That was the only particular parcel of land that was on the market at the time.
Okay.
So we didn't have options. You know, the 99 Ranch, we were unaware that parcel could have been sold. So we didn't have. We took a look at what was available on the market at the time.
And you've purchased the property?
We have, yes.
Thank you.
Anything else?
Other questions? Thank you. You've been very helpful. Let's open this to the public. Is there anyone else here who would like to address this proposal? Online, I see nobody. Yes, ma'am, please.
I'm Jennifer Small and I own the Golden Prairie Bakery. I am the Golden Prairie Bakery.
Okay, what's the address there? Just
26 BWJ Road.
Okay.
And I do have employees and I've trained, this is my third employee to go into the field. So it's not just a home business, but it benefits the community. I help them to make a living. And then I help them to get a place in this field. When we first bought the land, we bought that land because of its covenants. And Dwight said, let's start with our garage. And I said, I could build a bakery and have that garage, but we couldn't just do that. We had to build the house. So it was always a certain percentage. You probably knows 40 or 50%. So every time my bakery needed more space with COVID, because we needed separation, so I had to build a production room so that we could have 6 feet between each other. We had to build another place to expand our house. Okay, we always stayed within those regulations. So what else? My business is open primarily on Friday and Saturday. That's when my traffic comes by. It's not hugely extensive, which you could tell by my bank account at the end of the year, but it is a good amount of traffic. You know, it's decent. Okay, and I have very good community support. I don't see a lot of trucking business going down that highway or the Highway 12. I've lived there for coming on 7 years now. Do not see a bunch of traffic going that way. I can always tell when I-80 is closed and they're trying to skirt around and get to the truck stop over at Quayle Dome Road, because that's when you see traffic. And I don't see a lot of planes going by all the time either. There's like a nighttime one, there's a morning one. My dog chases a plane off our property. Okay, so we're pretty keen on knowing when that is. There is a lot more traffic because of the armory since then, and when they're doing exercises, we'll have quite a bit more air traffic, just to make those points clear. Let's see.
So are you consider yourself to be speaking in favor or in opposition to this proposal?
I'm not in favor of this being made into a commercial property. I think it's going to, it already has affected the quality of life. We're building all our windows so that that's the view we have in our house now. I've just had shoulder surgery. I can't sleep every night. I wake up in the middle of the night in pain. So I went out and looked outside the window at the stars, because we have a great view of the stars, and the floodlights are impacting on my view of the stars these days from his buildings that are on all night long. And then, so I think that commercial zoning this property opens up an undesirable business for the future, that when he decides to sell it, it doesn't matter what he's doing there, because I'm not really opposed, other than that he would turn the floodlights off at night. I'd really appreciate it. I'm not opposed to his business. I would suggest that they bring the 3 properties back together, that they're originally one big residential property. Then he has a house to live on. It was sold with a house, kind of like mine. It would be like a commercial building with a house in it, and he could live there and run his property there. If they brought the 3 properties back together, he wouldn't have to have a house on every property. He could just have the one, which he has. And so I think that with the potential for it being sold in the future, because that happens, that anything could be established there once it's commercial. We say chemical plant. Okay, maybe it's not a chemical plant. Maybe it's a pork processing plant, which really wouldn't smell very good. Okay, who knows what it could be? And I just don't like that possibility. I think it's just urban sprawl. You know, my business is always going to be as small as it is, as long as it continues to exist, which is, you know, in this economy, always sketchy. If I ever go outside and make my bear claws and send them across the country, it's not going to be at my house, you know? So, you know, we wanted it to be more of a residential area. That's why we bought that place. Definitely outside of your growth areas that you're talking about. And the other thing, just one thing that I want to express, is that someone was coming to my property and accidentally took a right on that driveway or road and went into that property. And those people were threatened that they would be shot if they didn't leave the property. And that's really not the way we are up here. A lot friendlier than that. We're like, oh, I'm really sorry you took the long road. You know, in Laramie, people will stop and give you directions. It's not like other places, like Colorado's getting to be so busy and everything. It's just not like that. We're a lot more friendly than that. And they came and told me right after it happened. And, you know, you could have just said, oh, you took the wrong turn. It's the next road up there, you know? So what kind of...
Yeah, we're not making these decisions on personalities, so.
Right, but you know, that's that kind of business, really, you know, it's not very friendly business. So I definitely oppose it. I don't know if you have any other questions for me, but I also worry about, I think his trucking, like repairing trucks probably is what it looks like to me in this big building. I think he's gonna collect all the grease and that sort of thing and probably dispose of it properly. But so I'm not so worried about him. It's again later on, and we have had cattle on our land. We're currently looking for people to put cattle on our land. We like to lease it. I can't do that and a bakery too. I want to raise bees. I can't do that and a bakery too. You know? So I do worry about the fact or the potential for other hazardous wastes or pollutants getting onto our property. It borders it. Again, not necessarily right now with his business, but in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Others wishing to speak to this?
Yeah, looking at this.
No,
Zach Ryan, representing 19 BWJ Romeo Ridge, otherwise known as Anchor Ridge Estates. Myself and Felicia Stevenson subdivided. I think we met with y'all a couple months ago based on that. And I have to kind of chuckle at the friendliness remark. Jennifer, you've been my neighbor a long time now. We're going on, what, 6 years? Something like that. And the amount of friendliness that we've been met with for about the 6 or 7 years hasn't really been friendly. It's been more, a little bit more hostility. By hostility, I mean, we had been met with just a huge amount of complaints nonstop, no matter who we were, all the way down through Andrew Ridge Estates, no matter what we were doing, what we were building, who was doing what they were doing on their own personal property. You know, from the smalls. The covenants, right? Covenants, not HOA. For the first 2 years we lived there, we were told by Dwight and Jennifer Small that there was an HOA at this place.
and with respect to this application, what's your?
Okay, well, I'm in agreement to allow the development. Why? Because everybody out in that area is doing, like you said, like home business, right? And we have the airport, we have the National Guard right down the road, we have welding companies down the road. We have folks that do home businesses like bakery here. Nobody complains about the bakery. Mr. Hinckley, you love the bakery. You said that.
I do.
What's the speed limit going down our road? You come down to the bakery, 12 miles an hour.
Okay.
Right, put up that sign. Right? We're met with multiple cars coming in up and down the road. But again, we all love the bakery. We don't complain. All right. They added on to their place. We don't complain. We would like to see them expand and grow, just like we'd like to see Cody Liggett expand and grow and do what he wants to do. When Brandon Markle came and built that place, we went up, we introduced ourselves, we shook his hand, we asked him what he was building. He said, "This is it." And we said, "Awesome." Cody came to buy, we did the same thing. And we all came around and said, you know, this will be good for the area. Now, I worked for Big Hunks Excavation. A lot of you guys have probably seen me driving that loud Kenworth all around town, pulling doubles and heavy equipment all over the place. The Hunkies had just bought an oil field. Guess where it's at? Right down the end of Herrick Lane. Guess where I drive? Right around that corner, right down Herrick Lane. Sometimes I come home late and I pull my 18-wheeler right into my driveway, go down Dwight and Jennifer's private road, right in front of their bakery. I try to keep it quiet because, you know, it is a loud son of a gun. But at the same time, like she said, we do have a lot of truck traffic that comes up and down Herrick. Previously, I worked for I-80 Towing. I can't tell you how many trucks I pulled out of those ditches on Herrick every time it's snow and drift. All right, but at the same time, you know, commercial business in that area, it's not going to have a great big effect. He has timers on his lights already. You know, you come out 11 o'clock at night, those floodlights are off. I can see them right from my front patio as well, and it hasn't been a hassle since. Now they are a little bit closer. Maybe they could work that out.
Okay.
Otherwise, I mean, I see no reason why somebody can't run their own business or run a commercial business right there. I mean, it is right there on Highway 130. You guys were just previously discussing another commercial business. How far away? 2 miles. 2 miles down the road. You know, who's to say in 10 years from now, we're all not sitting there having a conversation about whatever else we're going to be building down that road.
Right. Thank you for
I do run my home business out of my place too, and it is old trucking. So I don't know how this will be opposed.
Okay, thank you.
But
Anyone else?
Yeah,
Please.
thanks. Kevin Cox. I was the guy that you're talking about across the street.
Okay,
5 foot or,
off to the west there.
yeah,
Yeah.
to the west, it's number 4, Eric Lane. And, so I'm here because I'm thinking about, actually, building a bigger building and putting a shop in there as well. And it's gonna be, pretty much for, furniture and doing stuff like that. So, I'm trying to learn, about this, but I think it's a good idea. Uh, all of us, and it's a business, and they all are businesses, and there's a bunch of businesses, out there too, home-based business and everything else. So, I'm for it. So the property you guys just said, yes to is, I don't know, 500 yards from the end of mine anyway. So it kind of starts to tie together, with everybody as well. So, thanks.
Okay, no, thank you. Anyone else? Going once, going twice? Sure, give us.
I'll respond to these.
Yeah, let's do
Definitely
that,
agree.
and we can wrap up.
Yeah. So one of the main things that I was asked when I approached all of our neighbors about what we plan to do out there, I was asked by two of them to honor a dark sky. We do that. So our floodlights that face to the north, that face someone's home, turn off at a reasonable time every day. They are programmed to turn off unless they see motion. There's nobody on the property. There's no motion to see. They're there just for security. So those lights are on a timer and they do turn off at 9 p.m. About the future of the chemical plant and selling it, that was addressed personally between myself and Dwight Small, Jennifer's husband. I offered, in the event we were allowed to rezone it, that in the covenants, we just clearly state this can't be turned into a commercial anything. The reason we are approaching commercial zoning is that it was expressed that they didn't want little industrial Laramie to be built out there. Fair enough. That we could bring a pork plant in at that time, right? With an industrial zoning, as long as it met the criteria. So we pulled back from that industrial zoning, scaled back any sort of operation that would be in that classification. So we've done our part to address everybody's concerns. We're not attempting to operate outside of what has been generally accepted in the area. And the zoning where it's at is generally accepted across the United States as a proper place for commercial zoning at 2 highway intersections. I understand the comment about Big Hollow and 130. Big Hollow is a dirt road that does not connect to an interstate. So, and that's my personal opinion, that those 2 different scenarios, two different attempts at rezoning land that, yes, are at intersections, but 2 totally different types. The land that you guys made recommendation to, yes, 1 mile closer to Laramie than what my property is, exactly 1 mile. And look forward to having more commercial out there. Grazing cattle on that land, you couldn't get 2 cows on 10 acres out there. I don't think we can get 10 antelope on 10 acres out there. We just don't see them. There's no water. So we took all of that into account when we started looking. And if you guys have done any work looking for commercial property or any kind of property that has potential, Laramie doesn't offer much. It just doesn't. It's just not there. So,
Okay,
so I do appreciate everyone's time.
thank you, thank you. All right, yes.
I just want to make sure you guys saw the public comment that came in via email this morning.
I did not.
I didn't see it.
Please share that with us.
Okay, do you want me to read it to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, it says, my name is Rob Boehner. I reside within the city limits and have no property other than my current residential address. As you consider rezoning so that Double Bar L may use the property as a commercial site, I want you to know of my contacts with the city council and chief of police. As you drive around Laramie, you will notice an inordinate amount of campers, boats, trailers, and other items illegally parked around city detention ponds and along almost all vacant property throughout our community. I consider it to be an absolute eyesore. I have written our city council and have met with Chief of Police Brian Brown on 3 occasions, along with 2 different community officers to discuss the lack of enforcement on the municipal code that disallows these illegally parked items. One of the excuses that I hear is that there is not enough storage in Laramie, and therefore these people use our streets as their storage as they park their items around areas other than their home, which is illegal. The Laramie community officers are in a tough spot, as when they do ticket a camper or other for being illegally parked, the camper or other usually gets moved to another street with vacant land next to it. It would be nice to have additional storage options so that people don't have excuses for cluttering up our community. I have a small 5x8 flat trailer in storage, and I had a difficult time getting a space to put it. Drive down South 9th and look around. 45th Street was an absolute disaster, with at least 20 boats, campers, trailers, etc., parked all in a row along the vacant land. Our chief of police and his community officers are trying to clean up the community, but again, many of the campers that are ticketed just show up somewhere else in town until a resident calls it in. With this in mind, please consider rezoning the property to commercial so that our community can have access to additional storage. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you.
And I can forward that to you guys because it went to planning commission, so I don't know why any of you didn't get it.
Yeah.
May have come in and we missed it.
Yeah, and we don't check our emails on an hourly basis sometimes, but no, thanks for that. So that's it for public comment. We haven't seen anything in the packet. All right.
That's it.
Okay. Looking for a motion to close public hearing.
I make a motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Seconded to close the public hearing. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Okay. Thank you all. Now, what do we want to do with this? Comments from the commission? That's thoughts on is this compatible or not?
Mr. Chairman, I'm sympathetic to your, anyway, your questions about leapfrog development makes sense to me. I'm not really sure what does and doesn't constitute that, but I think about certain locations. If someone wanted to build a very, very large, just say a 200 lot residential area, 5 miles out of town, just in the middle of nowhere, that to me would be an example of leapfrog development. This to me doesn't seem like leapfrog development. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying anyone else's opinion is wrong, because as applicant stated and the staff's agreed, is commercial development at an intersection of 2 highways. So that makes sense. It's not just in the middle of nowhere where there's no obvious reason for it to be there. So to that point, I'm sympathetic to the zone usage request or application. But I certainly would like to hear my fellow commissioners' thoughts on this.
I have nothing to say.
Fair. What's that?
I feel conflicted. How's that for an answer?
That's fair. While you're thinking about it, I share all of that. It's just we draw lines to define zones, and at some point you're at the line. So how do you ever implement the comprehensive plan if it is subject to incremental movement of the goalposts and so forth? So at some point you're on this side of the fence, then you're not on that side of the fence. But if one keeps saying, well, the line's here and we're just here, then the line ceases to have meaning, and it isn't the comp plan is handed down off the mount. But as we look to the vision of the county as it was expressed in the comp plan, and I'm sympathetic, it says, let us not just scatter commercial developments in a serial fashion out on all the approaches to Laramie. It's kind of where I come down on it with some ambivalence, I'll confess. Other comments? And once we've said all there is to say, we need a motion.
There's something to be said for when you buy a residential piece of property, having confidence that it will be residential and that there won't be businesses and floodlights right next to you. On the other hand, it does seem to meet the other criteria, and it is pretty close to the other parcel that we just advocated to change. So I am also conflicted.
Can I go off on the lighting tangent real quick?
Please.
Wouldn't that be addressed through the zoning resolution?
Nuisance.
So, and there's requirements on. So presumably lighting could be reined in if it isn't already meeting your lighting standards.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just sort of looking down the list of allowed in commercial zone type businesses. Some of the really scary things are for industrial zoning and would be prohibited or require conditional use on commercial property.
Well, perhaps staff, tell us where industrial becomes commercial. What are the kinds of things that are at that boundary?
Industrial boundary?
Well, how far did you push increasingly elaborate commercial uses before it becomes industrial?
I mean, typically industrial uses will be, there's more, I guess, nuisance type impacts on the outside. Commercial, you see a lot of their impacts are kind of internal or, maybe traffic coming to the property. Industrial, you cross over into industrial when there's, smoke coming out the top of the roof and there's really noisy things going on outside, or it's, a use that has, like a junkyard or something like that, where the impacts are really visible. I mean, I guess you'd have to look at the land use, table to really see the separation, but I mean, that's kind of where I see the line is commercial's more internal, retail, professional offices, and then you get to the other, industrial where it's, junkyard and power plant and those types of things. I mean, it's kind of a big jump there.
So a scrapyard, for example, is an industrial use, not a commercial use.
I believe so. I'd have to look for sure in our land use table, but.
We're deviating significantly from what the proposal was, but as Commissioner Ben David continues to remind us that appropriately so, we were approving an envelope of uses, not that use.
Yeah. Which is why I didn't even know the detail.
I understand. What are we finding?
Yeah, it's a long list of, I can't remember, at one point I counted up how many commercial uses there are, but I think David's description is accurate that, peat lean is commercial, or industrial, right? It's a major operation. If you wanted to do a truck stop terminal, that would require a conditional use permit. If you wanted to do a warehouse, is a conditional use permit.
Within a commercial zone.
In commercial, you couldn't do an asphalt hot mix plant, you couldn't do a compressor station. A construction yard shop considered heavy would require conditional use. No jails, correctional facilities would be prohibited, no dairy processing, cheese factory. Conditional for heavy equipment sales and service. Landfill would be prohibited. Light manufacturing would be conditional use permit. Meat packing slaughterhouse would be prohibited. Mineral processing prohibited. Salvage yard prohibited. Research and development would be a conditional use permit. Sawmill would be prohibited. Oh, and outdoor storage says it's prohibited on commercial. Right, so you wouldn't be able to store boats and the things that the last gentleman wrote to you about, that wouldn't be a allowed use.
So as we look at 130
I addressed that.
between Laramie and Centennial, I'm looking to those of you who've recommended this for approval. What would be the next spot moving west that would meet your criteria as an appropriate place to rezone?
I haven't
Major
looked at
highways.
that. I focused on this application.
Well, I'm just thinking if we're sort of moving our boundary out to Herrick Lane as far as trying to consolidate commercial use around the core Laramie. That's why I brought up the Big Hollow Road coming in. No promises, but just what in your mind as the planners would cause you to fall the other direction on this kind of question.
Well, I mean, this area has been developed, right? We approved this subdivision, which was a development. We approved the Stevens subdivision, which is considered development. What the difference is between this and them is that this is a commercial use is what we're looking at. So this area is already being developed. This area doesn't meet the description even of the priority growth area 4.
So when you say
you
this,
can't use ag on it. You can't do ag stuff. I mean, it's too small, it's already been developed, If what we would look for is there other development that's occurring in the area? Is it on is there a major intersection where people are using those roads? I mean, that's what we saw with this project particularly, where you basically have two highways which are, running into each other. And that specifically meets the rural commercial, designation. Now you brought up rural commercial. It's like, we don't have rural commercial, we have commercial, but we don't have anything else. That's our option. And I think we've talked about this before, even commercial, it's kind of a catch-all. It catches like multifamily and all this other stuff. But, so those are the things we're looking for is the area developing? Has it developed? Is it, incompatible with what's going on? Is it, is it meeting those criteria? The intersections, is it close enough to, services, like emergency response, which I think you can answer yes, most of those questions.
yeah, although listening to you talking, there's this kind of fundamental divide in planning. Is it planning or is it inventory? And if our answer to is, well, this is what people are doing, and so let's classify it accordingly, then we aren't planning. We're simply going out and inventorying what's out there. And certainly in the past in Albany County, it's been suggested that much of our zoning is, as the original zoning certainly was, it's simply an inventory of what uses do you find when you go out and look, and whereas a plan would say this is what we want it to look like going forward in the future. So when you say this area has been developed, just in your own mind, is that a 2 mile radius, 5, 10, 21? What are you thinking when, as a
I
planner,
say
you
it's been developed within the 1,000 yards. I mean, we have 2 different subdivisions. There's 3 different zoning changes to rural residential out there that have occurred in the last 10 years or whatever. And I would submit that inventorying is part of the planning process. That's the first thing you do. You inventory what you have, and then you base your planning off what you have. You go forward with that, and obviously other criteria other than that, but that's part of the planning process, I mean, we've had our comprehensive plan for 16 years now, almost. There's things that have changed a lot, especially in this area. Honestly, in this area, a lot of it developed because of the 35 acre exemption. At that point, now you've turned ag into residential, basically, because you're not going to do agricultural things on 35 acres. That's just not enough. you know. But then since then, we've had a number of land use changes. We've had the subdivisions that have been. So this area has changed from 16 years ago when this comp plan was put in place. But I don't know. I mean, I think that we all may have a different perspective of what the comprehensive plan said. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but this is our perspective. This is how we based our, you know, our recommendation. And again, ours is a recommendation, just like yours is a recommendation. The board has to put their foot down and say, okay, this is what we're doing. But, you know, I think all of this is good. It's a good discussion. It gets information out there. I think it makes us think, you know, you guys will make the decision you make and we'll support that.
Well, don't, we're strict, milk you for, you guys are on the job all day, every day, so.
Right.
It goes into it, so don't belabor that. All right, thoughts?
I actually think it's actually a question for her. Because if you were to ask me that question, between there and Centennial, what other places would be appropriate for commercial development? I would say none. That's just my opinion. Likewise, going on Herrick Lane, to me, there's no other really appropriate place for commercial development. At this intersection, though, I mean, when I looked at this and looked at the staff report, and whatnot, I came down in favor of doing this before hearing everyone. And this is classic. You know, not everyone's gonna be in favor.
Sure.
But not everyone's gonna leave this room feeling good about whatever we decide, and whatever the county commissioners ultimately decide. So that's why we have to make some tough decisions. You have to make tough decisions.
No, and I appreciate your response. I'm looking for some criteria, something I could think, okay. Because every single project comes before you. Well, yeah, that's a good idea. It's brought to us by sincere and honest folks that have a dream for their land. But what does planning mean? All right. Let's not redo the comprehensive. Let's sit here. What are we going to do with this?
Well, I'm prepared to make a motion. Mr. Chairman, I move to recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that they approve the Delaware zoning district amendment ZBA -08-33, adopting and incorporating the staff analysis findings of fact and conclusions of all RSD's staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second for that motion?
I second.
Is there further discussion? The motion is to recommend the approval of the zoning change to the Board of County Commissioners. Hearing no further discussion. You can wait till the second round. Vote, Ms. Hammond here.
Aye.
Mr. Platt. Aye. Mr. Cornick.
Aye.
Ms. David.
Aye.
Mr. Hinckley. Aye. Congratulations, you can move forward with the proposal to the county commissioners. And you're welcome to leave our scintillating meeting here.
And listen to this
Or we can stay.
all
And then we can, make comments to our county commissioners, how they just remodeled this whole building. And let's take a short break, please. 10 minutes?
Can you?
Thank you.
Can you add video?
and unmute.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, go.
Yep.
Let's get our replacement taken care of. So let me ask Mr. Platt, what's the story, and do you need a replacement or not, or what do you want to do?
Okay, for my other commissioners, last year I was also out of town and Maura took my place for this. The meeting this year is March 26th at 1 o'clock down in the city facility at the end of 9th Street, way on out of town. There's a cluster of buildings down there. I just saw yesterday that this meeting will be on Zoom. I think the odds are better than 50-50. I can make that Zoom call. I'll be out of town next week, so that's why we're talking about this. So I think I can make that, but if there's someone that's interested and willing to go or attend this on Zoom in my place, that would be great. So it just depends on what you guys.
What day is that?
26th.
Yeah.
Is that Tuesday, what time?
Tuesday at 1 p.m.
I can't, sorry.
Yeah, I can't do it.
I can cover again, even though we're diametrically opposed about what to do.
No, that's fine. We're not diametrically opposed. No, but if you're willing to do it, that's great. And like I said,
All right, well, let's get something solid, so this is
Okay.
whether you're up by a phone or not.
Yeah.
So, no, I think that works if Maura's willing to volunteer. And I loved your performance last time, so let's just keep up the good
Not
work.
for people who live out in my neighborhood, though.
All right, let's have a motion to appoint Maura Henning as our representative to the, what's the official name of this thing?
USAC.
To the USAC.
Urban Systems Advisory Committee.
Yeah, what he said.
If
I so move.
Mr. Platt can attend.
If Mr. Platt can attend, we can leave it.
I so move.
Okay, is there a second? Discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, all right, thank you.
I'll take care of notifying Derek, because he wants to be notified.
Okay, and then default will be that Maura will attend the meeting, unless she hears differently. Let's leave that.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
so the
let's leave that
default
in
isn't
place.
that you will attend unless you contact me.
You're gonna attend.
Right,
Okay.
unless he says
Unless you
otherwise, right?
Yeah.
Because he goes off to Borneo with this. Okay, let us move on to amendments to the zoning resolution signs, for which Mr. Gertz has given us a handy matrix of comparison.
So,
I guess.
Mr. Chair, could we do a swap? Do, the wastewater regulations amendment first, and then we'll go to those?
I think that's a good idea, seeing that we have Eric sitting there with us. That's an excellent plan. So let's. All right, so we're gonna do item 2 first. Wastewater regulations. Let me, well, did you have some introductory remarks? Thought I'd do before we.
If you have something, go ahead. I mean, I'll just say that we have the draft, that we kind of talked about last meeting. And then we also have the comments, from Ms. Erickson there. I've provided those to you in email as well as they're in front of you as well. So.
Okay, thank you. So I just thought we ought to start in that there's a threshold question here, that we have to cross and then how we deal with it. The Casper Aquifer Protection Plan, recently updated, compiles the information that we have on existing septic system impacts on the, I kind of dance around the word contamination because it's loaded, but impacts, elevation, whatever you want to call it. It has been clearly established that, I think, read the cap if you want to see the dark details, that there have been impacts, water quality impacts, by virtue of domestic on-site wastewater facilities. So I hope we're past that threshold question. The sampling tells us that the big municipal wells that started the whole wellhead protection program that eventually evolved into aquifer protection program, the dilution is very large for those wells. Whether they're seeing elevated concentrations of certain contaminants or not is open to dispute. But I think where we are in terms of land use regulation is the water supply for the municipal wells is is fairly well protected. So again, this is just my take on this. So what we're talking about, the next step is what about the domestic wells that are seeing these impacts, and to what extent does the county feel obligated to, and to what extent does the county want to provide aquifer protection, not just for the big municipal wells, but for the individual wells out in the county? That's a question that we have to grapple with. And then the question is, we've also seen evidence that the domestic wells, say in those older subdivisions, White Foster, Laramie Plains, Sherman Hills, are probably at equilibrium. There's Apache data that suggests that it is not incompatible with kind of hydrogeology, and I'll look for contradiction from Ms. Hanning if she feels otherwise, but we seem to be at some kind of a steady state in the sense of how much dilution is there, how much contaminant input is there, and it is found an equilibrium, and we have whatever 10% of the wells in Laramie Plains and Sherman Hills were tagged as being over the 10 milligrams per liter nitrate. That's the federal drinking water standard. So that's kind of where we are. Do we want to hold that position? Do we want to try to back that train? Do we want to try to improve the position for those who are currently subject in their domestic wells to the contamination from their neighbors and their own septics? That's again kind of a philosophical policy question, and it bears on how vigorously we address the question before us now, which is how to regulate septics, and quite specifically whether we try to improve the situation by making requirements of replacement systems, or whether we limit ourselves to limitations on new septic systems. We've been moving in the direction of taking all of the septic system regulation, the at least individual septic system regulation, out of our zoning resolution and putting it into the agreement between Albany County and Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality under the delegation agreement. What we are left with in the APOZ regulation that gets at it are the minimum lot sizes. There's no question that we have less septic system effluent if we can find future subdivisions to greater than 35 acres. And the recommendation from the CAP, and I think our previous discussions is concurrent with that, we've defined vulnerable features in the CAP and brought that into the APOZ regulation, and it is, of course, defined the APOZ boundaries. So that's how the currently proposed zoning resolution addresses septics. So now we're discussing how we're going to address it on a case-by-case basis. We asked the county GIS gurus to put together a map for us, which I think, let's just look at that briefly. I think that kind of sets the stage for some of these questions moving forward. And then the way we posed that question to ourselves earlier was, what's our exposure? If there's 1,000 new lots just around the corner, then restricting new septics would make more sense than if there were only one of them. And some of these numbers I thought were a little bit alarming, and I'll be interested in the reaction of my colleagues. So I'm looking specifically for that lot count at the bottom of Jory's work. So those, if you haven't had a chance to look at the map very hard, the color coding here is whether or not there's a septic system and whether it's more or less than 35 acres. So we've tentatively agreed, all this is still up in the air, that if you're over 35 acres, you can put in a conventional septic system. So at this point, our discussion is parcels anywhere in the APOZ that are less than 35 acres. A previous iteration of this looked at subdivisions, but then we realized that there's a lot of lots that are smaller than 35 acres that aren't in subdivisions. Okay, bring up the count there in the lower corner if you could.
What's the green is up?
Okay, so the green are areas that are less than 35 acres on which there is no septic.
It's basically vacant
So what
lots.
is that?
Well, that big long strip,
Yeah, that,
that looks like the railroad to me, but what's the answer, you guys, do you know?
That's, I think it's the right away.
the highway?
Oh, is it right?
Yeah, so like, yeah, so there's some in here that aren't exactly buildable.
Yeah, and this is somewhat approximate. I don't know that we know where, nobody matched it to individual septic permits, but we assume if there's a house there, there's probably a septic system. So there are some kind of surrogates that were used to put the map together. So that the number, the 79 is how many less than 35 acre lots in the APOZ do not yet have a septic on them. So those 79 are the ones that we would be tagging if we could find ourselves regulating new septics. The big number that caught my eye was that less than 1 acre, 102 lots, and 1 to 2. There's another 49. Conventional wisdom, and again, we'll look to Commissioner Hanning to correct me, is that if you're smaller than 2 acres, you're really not in individual well and septic system territory. So those are on one hand, arguably the least valuable lots, perhaps owned by those least capable of coming up with the money to make a major improvement in their septic system. But density is density, the ones that are likely to be most problematic. Now, if you
Can I?
yeah, go ahead. Let's understand this. This is a nice.
So the no septic means there is no house built on.
Right.
Okay. The has septic is 321 is all the other categories together?
Yeah.
That's the sum of them, okay. And then together that'll be 40. Okay. Gotcha.
So most of the ones that are of concern with septics would be those first two categories. So if you scroll up, you'll see where those land. No big surprise. So that's the dark blue in the Sherman Hills, Laramie Plains. I hadn't spent so much time out there. And is Wyatt Foster Sunset Acres? What's the right name for that cluster to the south?
I know Wyatt Foster is in this vicinity.
Yeah, and I guess we don't need specific boundaries, but anyway, those are the older subdivisions. As we've discussed before, the individual sales, I know at least in Laramie Plains and Sherman Hills, I've looked at probably 20 of them, all carry a stipulation that when central service available, you will hook up to it. Because
what about the trailer parks on the south side of the highway? Are they one septic system? Are they individual septic systems?
They have their own like package plan type thing. It's like a centralized thing. It's their own big system.
it's a wastewater treatment.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have a community one, it's not
Yes,
individual.
yes. Yeah, they're not an individual septic up there.
So there's status quo, suggests to me at least that we ought to think about what about replacements? And we had talked briefly about perhaps even slicing the pie in terms of all new septic systems have to be designed and built to a higher standard, perhaps replacements for particularly small lots. Those are options that we could consider if we want to address replacement systems at all. Now, staff has brought to us a recommendation that we do not address replacement systems with respect to putting in a higher standard. So what can be done is the first and technical question. And as you may have heard me opine in the past, it's quite frustrating to look at what's available to us through Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, and they use the words advanced and enhanced and additional treatment quite promiscuously, in my opinion, to where it provides little coherent guidance. Now, our Albany County wastewater engineer, Ms. Erickson, who's here with us, has has drawn the challenging task of sorting all this out for us. We've kind of dodged the bullet because we have yet to approve a subdivision that DEQ has required us to put on the plat. You will use advanced systems. But as people from such subdivisions that have been approved in the past are coming forward and asking the county, so what's an advanced system? And that's what it says in the plat, right? It's just advanced system. Well, what the world does that mean? And if you look out into the industry, people enhance septic systems to decrease biological oxygen demand. It's a different system that's enhanced to address organic nitrates or any of a number of constituents. So simply saying, oh, I have an enhanced system does not by a long shot define a specific system, nor does it, nor frustratingly, does it define a system that will reduce nitrates. Okay, so with that long prologue, Lisa Erickson is currently the Albany County wastewater engineer, and as I say, she's been tasked with trying to figure out what is available to someone under various regulatory environments. If we say, by God, you're going to have nothing coming out of the system over 10, is that technically feasible? 20, 30, maybe you could share some costs with us. So she has.
Costs.
I mean,
Well, I was tasked to go through the new regulations. And so I thought it was a good time to maybe come before you, answer some questions that you might have. I work in the planning office. I approve the wastewater applications and the floodplain applications, and I do the inspections of the wastewater systems. So I don't know if you have a copy of my comments.
Yeah.
we do.
Okay, you do. Okay. So I thought maybe it would be easiest if we go through some of my comments. I guess they would start, David Gersh's comments are in red and mine are in blue. They would start with, C, the installation of septic systems shall be designed and certified by a professional engineer. Professional engineer shall sign, stamp, and date the application and each design document. I've been informed by Mr. Ayers that if I don't say the word each, then I cannot require that of a PE. So I want that word in there, if that is of your agreement. All new and replacement, I do think that you would want to include the replacement systems if we were going to do this. So I included the replacement. I was a little concerned that if we go to whatever an enhanced, and Bernice talked about that, whatever an enhanced system means, most of the time it's referred to as an advanced treatment unit. We might not use another type of technology. I don't know. It's not really called technology. It's a passive system where you can engineer your leach field. In some places they call it a cape layer, where you have different sections of your leach field doing different processes. The top would do the nitrification, the bottom does the denitrification of your wastewater. So that's why I put in here the nitrogen removing biofilters. That's something we should consider, I think.
So just if we
I can stop there. Talk about that.
So the nitrogen removing biofilter is a leach field rather than a septic tank recirculation.
It's a leach field. It's an engineered leach field.
Okay.
So you would have, typically they're about, on the top, you put your trenches like you usually do in a leach field, and it's more of a bed system. You open it up, you put on the bottom some kind of carbon, which is used that you have to have to denitrify. On the bottom, that's the last step. It's usually wood shavings, wood chips. I've looked at some of them. I talked to a gentleman that they mix it with sand. It's a 50-50 mix. And then on top of that is your aeration, which is your nitrogen nitrifying layer. And that is usually sand. It could be a C33 grade sand that people using them, and it's a lot of sand. 18 inches is quite a bit when you start, a 20 by 50 foot trench bed. So that would cost maybe about 4,000 to 5,000 for that sand. So I'm just throwing out numbers. I'm not certain
Okay,
what that would
but not
cost.
40-50. We'll settle for orders of
Yeah.
magnitude.
So can I-
But it's a passive system. Now, what's an advantage about that passive system? You don't, unless you can't accommodate, you can't go that far down the ground, you could mount it, bring it up, and then you would have to pump it. You'd have to pump that fluid to that leach field, like a mounted system. But usually it would be passive system. There's no pumps, that's involved. And you can't bypass the system. There's not a tank that you can go around. So that's one of the advantages. Now, I included on here, the states that have done
Instead of a tank or in addition to?
instead of an aeration tank. You still have your septic tank,
Yeah.
and it just like a normal, it would look completely like a conventional system. Except now you've done something to your leach field. Florida, Massachusetts, and New York have done a lot of work on these. Florida has put it in their regulations that you can use these. And it's, if you wanted to, click on that link and look at how much they tell you what you're gonna do, and that would, Albany County would have to sit down and figure out the constructions of how we would want that, leach field, what it consisted of. But there's a lot of this was done about 10 years ago, the research for this. So I just didn't want to, I want to bring that out, that there's different ways of doing this.
So can I ask you a couple questions?
Mhm.
It sounds like a nice alternative solution, especially for like the Sherman Hill area. I mean, the ideal would be for the city to run sewer out there. I mean, because there's all these people who are gonna start to have and are already having failing leach fields on a lot that's so small that they've probably already used their first leach field and their replacement leach field. And it would be a real bummer to have to spend all that money on an advanced treatment unit only to theoretically, hopefully, have the city eventually come out with sewer. But if you could do what you're proposing, that would like be a lower investment for the homeowner. I know some people out there who would like to have city sewer come out. And they're not opposed to that, and they're about to have to spend money on a replacement leach field that's in a tight area that's already gonna cost them, tens of thousands of dollars, is what contractors are proposing to them. So I like your idea, and the only question I have is what's the lifespan of that then? Like when are all of your carbon sites occupied and not gonna do the nitrogen reduction anymore?
Yeah, and that usually is the first question that people ask. And I have seen the minimum 16 years. So, I mean, of course, that depends on how it's used, if they're not over dosing their leach field, those kind of things, how you manage your waste coming out of your septic tank. But I've seen that, I haven't seen anything less than 16 years.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
yeah.
I like your
Definitely something to
I
look
like
more
what you're
at.
proposing as an alternative way of solving the problem out there.
So the next is that we have a number here, 25 milligrams per liter. You put a number in here, you're gonna have to test. That's the way I feel about it. You're gonna have to, when you put in an ATU, that manufacturer is gonna have to come out, configure that system, and then you're gonna have to have third-party testing that it makes that limit. That's the way I look at that limit. Right now, that is not happening. We do have subdivisions that have ATUs in them, and they are not configured for nitrogen reduction. And there's some processes here I can explain if you want me to, why that's the case. But you have to be very careful with these systems and how they're configured. When you get a list and it says, this system will give you a 65% reduction, you really have to look at what they did to get that 65% reduction. That's why I have a problem when it says this should be determined using manufacturer documentation. There's a lot of problems with that. Now, there are systems that are rated by ASTM, it's called ASTM 245. If you put your system through, and I have a list of what they have to do for testing these, and you have to demonstrate that you have a 50% reduction in your nitrates. Now, some of the systems that are installed, they are ASTM 245, but they are not installed correctly. They have to be installed with the right configuration. We can get into the details of that if you want, but that's something that I wanted to express to you, that this is a problem.
Let's consider whether you need to measure that or not. Now, obviously, you have to get the right system, and it has to be tightly spec'd, and it has to be inspected to see that it is configured as per manufacturer specifications. But I guess I don't share your concern that then we would have to measure that.
Okay,
if it's designed correctly and it's inspected at the point of construction, and we have sufficient literature, science behind this system in this configuration, we'll do this.
The ASTM standard.
Whatever that standard would be, something that you can.
Yes, you have to have the manufacturer come in and say it is configured that it will make the 50% reduction.
Then I would be inclined to accept that rather than adding the additional burden of testing requirements. Basically, it's never going to work exactly like they told it to. You never get quite the mileage that the manufacturer told you you would, but we can trust the manufacturers to tell us the difference between a 12 mile per gallon and an 18.
Well, when you go to the ASTM standard, you're not trusting the manufacturer anymore. You're trusting that entity that gave it at the ASTM 245.
Whatever that would be, that my proposition would be that we could sufficiently constrain the design and construction that we would not have to rely on.
Right.
Post.
That step is the step that I get worried about, that it does not happen. You just have people putting in tanks and sending it to the leach field.
So with that, we can cure that with design, construction, specifications, and inspections at the point of installation.
Right, and I think it should be the manufacturer that comes out and says, this is configured the way it was configured to get your 245 standard.
But I think we're looking for something that we can put into a regulation that if you do this, you pass. Goodbye. Next question. That would be our goal, rather than something that requires a continuing relationship between the county and the septic tank owner. And I guess what
Well, you can still test. I mean, you can make the manufacturer test them at that point. You can say, we're going to test them. And say, you're going to show us preliminary that this is going to work. If you want to say that.
I'm suggesting let us not if that isn't necessary. If we can arrive at sufficient confidence through, again, tight specifications. Maybe that's the ASTM 245, maybe not, whatever that is. But I think our ideal would be at the point of construction, we write our regulation, and that ends our relationship with the applicant, if that's possible. And we're looking to you to tell us whether that is or not. I guess I'm hearing a tentative yes.
Is it possible? If you make that requirement for the manufacturer.
So what happens over the lifetime of using the system, and if you don't require, I mean, like one endpoint could be requiring the owner to show that they've entered into a maintenance agreement with the installer to periodically maintain the system and make sure it's working properly. Because even if you build it to all these specifications, if you're not maintaining it and making sure that it's running properly, then it just is going to be like a conventional septic tank leach field over time. So is it really feasible just to say, oh, we're just going to follow ASTM and it's all good?
No, it's not. You're right. You have to put in operating and maintenance. In most places do that. Most states or counties, they put that in.
Okay.
But that's if it's an active system, if it's a tank-based system. But if we're talking,
Right.
if we can get the control that we want out of a carefully designed and built leach field, then there isn't O&M. Yeah, that would be
How would you
our
test it?
goal. Because there's,
You'd have to put lysimeters under it and test it.
So I have one comment that it's bothered me for a long time before I even joined the commission. We are testing and we are controlling nitrogen, nitrates, whatever. But this is only a marker of contamination. We have so many other compounds coming out of a household that we cannot control and test.
Well, one of the things about the cake layer leach field, they say that they've demonstrated with pharmaceuticals that they've been able to reduce pharmaceuticals in the water. And nitrates are they're like an indicator of what kind of pollution you have.
Yeah.
Because yes, there are tons of contaminants of unknowns that we have in our water. We don't know really what's out there.
Microplastics.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
I don't know if we're gonna get there, but
microplastics into the aquifer.
yes.
No, I mean, I'm serious. We are putting so much detail into one compound or couple compounds, where in reality, they're only indicators of overall pollution.
That's right.
So that's something that has been bothering me. We say 25 milligrams per, liter of nitrogen, but that doesn't mean anything about, estrogen.
Yes.
well, I would quibble a little bit with that. The processes through which we control nitrate, as in aggressive oxidation and then aggressive bacterial mats, are going to chew up a lot of other stuff in the process.
Well, the
And when you
problem
look at the
is,
data, you find things like caffeine has a much shorter half-life. Nitrate is also not only easy to measure, it's cheap, it's conservative. So the
I'm
numbers
talking
I've seen
about
of all of that, this whole Duke's mixture of these pharmaceutical personal care products, PCPs, they deteriorate through these processes more quickly than nitrate. Now, it's not a panacea, but it isn't correct to say that we are only treating nitrates. The treatment affects a broad range of chemicals as well, as you'd expect, oxidation.
And many of them turn into more toxic compounds. So
I think one of the fundamental problems is because we're trying to approach this through regulation, there are not drinking water standards for all these other things at this time. So the EPA has set a maximum contaminant level of 10 milligrams per liter for nitrate. And so that is something that we can regulatorily hang our hat on and go after. But even though I totally agree about being concerned about all these other constituents, we don't have any regulatory ability to say boo about that because EPA hasn't said, no, you guys all have to, drinking water standards have to be this for these things. So I think we're sort of aiming at the one thing that we think will, that we can aim at regulatorily speaking, and that there's additional treatment going on with these other things like vermicide. But I don't think without a standard for microplastics or a standard for pharmaceuticals in drinking water, we don't have much we can do.
Well, and there may be a drinking water standard for TCE. There is. And it is degrades into vinyl chloride, which is worse. I mean, a good example is the kind of thing we're talking about. But we do have to have this whole discussion in the context of what could be practically managed, what could be practically imposed on individual homeowners through their septic systems. And I think that describes a considerably less than ideal situation. So we would have to settle for, well, we're not going to produce clean water. If Ms. Erickson could give us some level of confidence that a carefully engineered leach field would reduce nitrates to, say, 25, I'd jump on it. I'd consider that a complete victory. That's within the price that I think we can feel comfortable bringing to replacement systems. And it would be passive, and it would require no maintenance. That's, I mean, as we've had these discussions, that's extremely attractive. I'm not trying to, let's hope it'll work. But if there is a solution that gets us most of the way, that has those very considerable attributes, that has considerable appeal to me. And let's understand, another pole in that continuum is nothing. Let replacement systems simply proceed as they have. And that's the recommendation that's brought forward by
Well,
staff.
and the other option is you try to fix the problem and make the problem worse, which I would argue right now is what's happening. You're making the nitrate situation worse by how these systems are being installed. And based on the study by Mike in 2019, what he only studied one system. It was 19 years old. The septic tank is in 1969. It's installed. And it's valuable information. I looked through what he did. I think the question was, how much denitrification occurs in a leach field? I think you guys were discussing that. Based on his study, there's none. So when you send nitrates to the leach field, those nitrates are going to groundwater. That's what he is in that one study on that one system. And I would have problems. I think that's true based on what I know about the chemistry and about the soils. We don't have carbon in our soils. That is, after going out and inspecting these, I can pretty much say, yeah, we do not have carbon out there to do denitrification. So if we want to do that, we have to put it in the leach field, or we have to send this back to the septic tanks. We have to recircuit back to the septic tanks. That might mean bigger septic tanks. We don't know how much we have to recirc. I've seen 25%. I've seen places that said you won't do more than 50% because you're going to have problems then with settling the function of the septic tank, which is to make ammonia. That's what it's supposed to do.
So that's an active system that requires maintenance, is easily bypassed, and has all those kinds of issues associated with it.
Yeah.
And I would emphasize from the very beginning, the Wenck study, they did not explore some new territory in septic systems or leach fields. What they demonstrated is that chemistry and physics works the same in Albany County as it does in all the rest of the world. So
but they did demonstrated our soils are different.
Well,
we don't have carbon in our soils, so you're not going to get denitrification.
But we know that based on the characteristics of the soil. I guess I'm just resistant to pinning much of this on this one little study, one little septic system, because every one of those septic systems is slightly different. So I think the correct way to represent the Wenck study is validation. It is not original research. And an interesting point, but we would not want to march forward saying, this is the basis for that. The basis for requiring these systems is the paucity of carbon sources in Laramie soils. That's well.
I'll let you, I reviewed
more-
that study,
one more point.
that one
Okay,
study.
but let's connect that also to the fact that we have measured dissolved oxygen well downstream of those recharge sources. That also tells you that you do not have anoxic conditions and denitrification going on, regardless of the Planck study. So I'm not quarreling with the
Right.
Planck study. I just don't want us to hang too many hats on that peg. It certainly isn't necessary, and that you wouldn't stand up.
One of the most interesting things about that study was it was a conventional system. And so they were sending ammonia to the leach field. And he said that it was 80 milligrams per liter of total nitrogen that he was taking to the leach field. He said that there was a 37% reduction in the first 5 feet. That reduction was done. This is my opinion, because we were sending ammonia to the leach field, not nitrates. When you send nitrates to the leach field, a nitrate is an ion with a negative charge. When it goes to the leach field, soil has a negative charge also. That's why it's so mobile in soil. It won't absorb. Ammonia, positive ion. When you send that to the leach field, soil will attract to it. It absorbs to the soil. There's the opportunity for ammonia gas to be released. If your soil is at the right pH, all of this is determined by temperature and pH for these microbes to work. It will release. That 37% happened because they sent ammonia to the leach field. If they send nitrate to the leach field, you're not going to get that. That's something to consider. And that's what I got out of that report, and I think that's valuable. Now, somebody might argue, look at the numbers and argue that I have that wrong.
So let's see if I'm getting your recommendation correctly. You're saying forget the 25 milligrams per liter, forget any number. What we should do is go by the criteria of the installation and then monitor what's coming out using.
Well, if you don't want to test, I would say you have to use the ASTM standard and have the manufacturer come in and say, I'm certifying that this is how it's supposed to be configured. If you don't want to test, that's 50%. Okay. Now, if you do want to test, put it in, test it. It has to be 25. Don't accept the installation of it until it's 25, till they have worked that research until you get 25.
Yeah, but your comment about winter versus summer is very pertinent. Because
Yes.
in winter, I don't think you'll get 25, even if you
Right.
try it.
Yeah, it is. These systems are going to operate differently based on the temperature and how much it's being used and
And you have a
pH.
flush in the spring.
Yes. There's so many things to consider when you do this.
Oh, yeah.
Testing, I like to test. I asked one of these manufacturers that we're using if we could put in a testing sampling port. They do that in their larger commercial operations on bigger tanks. And so she got back to me and said, not enough room. Just sample, open the tank and sample it. So we could do that. We could get, handheld collimators, for these and go out and run samples and see what we're at. But that takes coordination with the homeowners to get on there. And if you want to do that, I guess you have to put that in the regulations that, we're going to go out and we're going to spot check. We're going to see where we're at. And hopefully not be too surprised when we get the answer.
But if you're looking to our interest is the aquifer. So our interest is in what comes out of the leach field. What happens upstream of that is whatever it takes to get there. So the thing that we want to measure is not septic tank effluent, it's leach field. And if we're going to allow the possibility of these passive but carefully designed leach fields to provide the denitrification, the sampling would have to be lysimeters and pour water beneath the leach field.
Not for the ATU, you would take that sample
No,
of the
not for-
discharge.
No, not for the ATU, but
Right.
if we're going to allow a leach field-based nitrate reduction system, the sample
Well, I
for
think-
that becomes incrementally more difficult and just look at, you're gonna pour water, right?
I think ideally, if you put in a system and you monitored and tested it, and you use the same system, it should work the same. Everybody's effluent to the septic is pretty much the same, you know? So it should work the same. That's the beauty of that system. Test it first, see what works, and then you would put that in your regulations. And I know maybe you don't want to test, but that would be the prudent thing to do.
The problem with testing and failing to meet the minimum, what do you do then? You know, the homeowner installed a new septic, whichever kind, and we're forcing them to test twice a year, every year for 16 years, and in year 13, it fails. Do they have to replace it again? I mean,
Do you have to
see
dig
what
it
I'm
out and, yeah. I know, there's a danger in testing, because then you know the real answer. You know, and you're right, during the year, it's gonna change. You're not gonna get the same numbers. So, I mean, yeah, it's not an exact science here. We can look at how other states did it and say, we feel rather confident if we use the same materials and look at their testing results, we can do it that way. That's putting trust in another state and in how they tested it. Ideally, it would be great to have a model home that we could just go and try to do this and see if it works. You don't hear about these systems because nobody's manufacturing them. There's nobody making money on these passive systems. But there's quite a few people that say they work. So it is something to consider. I guess writing these regulations so we don't exclude some of these different technologies and that.
No, I think we should embrace passive systems and also to keep our eye on the ball of our interest is mitigation. And anything we do beyond replacing conventional septics with conventional septics is a big step in the right direction, to my mind. So let us not set our sights unrealistically high in that endeavor. And I would agree with the recommendation we got from these gentlemen that if we were to say every replacement system in the APOZ is going to put in an active tank-based nitrate mitigation facility for $10,000 extra, that wouldn't fly. I mean, we would be within our authority to do that, I assume, but I think it would be politically impractical. And if we could get halfway there on replacement systems with a less rigorous approach, that would appeal to me. Again, I'm just speaking as one of five here. But that's my backing up the train analogy. Anything we can do to mitigate the existing situation is to do that within the bounds of political practicality, financial practicality. This is where my mind goes. And I'm tremendously encouraged that you're bringing back research that suggests that we can go a long way towards mitigating nitrates through passive leach field based systems. And those would be speckable.
Yeah. It might be easier to put in an ATU so you can monitor it. That's the other way you have to look at it.
And one could allow the homeowner that option.
Yeah.
I'm just resistant to the county of Albany taking on a research project. And I'll bet Mr. Gardner would be nodding in agreement.
So I got a question. So why do we have all these ATUs that are not working? Do we not have people that understand them and can install them correctly?
They're being installed by the regular wastewater installer, the local wastewater installer. It just says on a plat, they need an enhanced system. They're not doing anything
that's not, they've been instructed to put in these tanks. But these tanks can be configured differently, and they're not configured for nitrogen reduction. To configure for nitrogen reduction, to get this ASTM, they had to recirc back to the septic tank. That's not happening. Now, originally, I think some of the very first systems that were installed sat on top of the septic tank, and I think they did recirc. Now they have what they call a plug and play piece of equipment. They can just put in between the septic tank and the leach field. It's easy to do. But they should be recircing back.
So they would need to be trained, our local contractors.
Well, I feel that the manufacturer comes out and configures it. I mean, they tell them, yes, they'd have to be told how do you, send the effluent back to the septic tank. And that would have to be certified by the manufacturer saying, yes, this is the way it should be configured to get to your 50%.
Okay, and that's possible. I'm just wondering how practical it is to get them installed correctly if we did want to go that route. If we even have the manpower to do that.
Right, and is this the paddocks that were?
These are, paddocks, canyon ranches. They're put in their plats. This was done by the DEQ, I understand. They did the Wehrman model, saw that their nitrates were over the 10 milligrams per liter, and this is how they complied, by putting in tanks.
So that they're not really complying with what DEQ intended.
I don't know what they intended.
Yeah, I guess, I can't remember now, because it seemed like there was something you brought before us where we looked at the letter from DEQ that said you have to do this, and then there was something on the plat. I just wonder if there's a way to enforce what was intended and wasn't happening.
But what it says on the plat, as was required by DEQ, is nothing more than
Enhanced.
enhanced system. It doesn't tell you what that even means.
Or that they have to be installed.
Financially enhanced, nitrated.
Letter from DEQ with the Wehrman test and the determination that treatment systems were needed, did that say more?
I think on one of them, it calls out the manufacturer name.
Yeah.
On one of them.
Seems about right.
That was a
On another one, I think on one, it just says enhanced systems.
I mean, what I would say is like, they're still enhanced systems, they're just not treating for nitrate, right? Like, they can put those in, and if they're not recirculating them, they're just not doing the nitrate stuff. But everything else is still going for the filtration and getting all the other bad stuff. But if our purpose was the nitrates, it's not getting to that.
But that's what the Wehrman model was looking at, was the nitrate.
Right.
So I mean,
True, right.
it seems as though the spirit of what was intended by DEQ was to address the nitrate.
Correct.
And is there a way to leverage help from DEQ on this at all?
But the
I doubt that.
DEQ, no, I mean, it's, so if you read chapter 23, which is the one that has the Wehrman model, it says if you're over 10 nitrates, then you have to use advanced system. Then you read what an advanced system is, and it says to qualify as advanced, you have to oxidize all the organic nitrate. It doesn't say because you have too high nitrates, you will reduce nitrates. It's craziness, but that's what it says. Right?
It just says you're gonna aerate that, you're gonna.
It says you're going to bring your Kieldal nitrogen content down below a certain level. You can do that by driving all of that into nitrates. So you can solve the nitrate exceedance by producing more nitrates because of the way the DEQ regulations are written. Right?
Yes, yes.
Which, yeah, it's crazy. So we're plowing new ground here, and thanks to our wastewater.
And you do have to drive everything to nitrates.
Yep.
You do have to do that, but then there's the next step. And that is the hard step, to get it to denitrify.
Well, is there something, are the changes that we're already contemplating give you leverage to address ongoing installation as that subdivision continues to build out?
I don't think so. When I go out and inspect, I inspect that they're meeting Albany County's regulations.
But if we change these regs
Yeah, then this will be
Then
something
this-
I will enforce, yes.
Right, but so do the changes that we're contemplating give you the leverage to address new systems out in the paddocks? Because that's not the.
In the paddocks.
Not in the
Not in
paddocks.
paddocks.
Not in
This,
the
this
paddocks.
is, these are aquifer protection only.
Right,
The paddocks, I mean, the one thing about the paddocks is they are on water. They have city water out there. So, yeah, they're not polluting their own water unless they have wells for like vegetation, watering, that kind of stuff. So they have water out there. I've never quite figured out why that requirement was on the paddocks plat. But we looked at that, do we?
No, it was because the Weirman model came up higher than 10. It came up higher than 10 because those chug water soils are relatively improved. Well, again, it's a paradox. We are requiring enhanced systems on strata from which no water is being extracted. And we're not requiring enhanced treatment on strata like the Casper Aquifer from which groundwater is being extracted. It just is a fluke of the way the Weirman model says there's not much groundwater moving through here. You don't get much dilution. That was what we discovered.
maybe I need to reframe my question. For future subdivisions where outside of the APOZ, where DEQ may determine through the Chapter 23 Werman model that treatment systems are needed, do we need to be doing something in the regs right now to address making sure that those systems actually lead to reduction in nitrate?
Off the aquifer you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm talking about other parts of the county.
By the way,
Where-
these regs are, it's just the APOC, Z, that's all we're talking about.
Right, but in other parts of the small wastewater facility regulations, in other parts of these regs, where it talks about installation of septic, should we be putting in something that says if required by DEQ to have treatment of your septic systems in a subdivision, you have to meet something, or you have to like actually put in a nitrogen reducing system as opposed to living with the enhanced definition or advanced definition that's in the DEQ regs. Like we can make these more stringent, right, than the DEQ regs, and is this an area that we should be
Well, the
thinking about?
DEQ regs only address when it's over an aquifer, is that correct?
No,
Oh,
that's the
they-
problem with the paddocks. They address any place where the little Werman model says you're over 10.
Oh, okay.
And so those are most problematic in relatively low permeability soils where you don't have much groundwater flow through to dilute your septic effluent. So the DEQ Chapter 23 regs under which subdivisions are reviewed, it's made to require nitrogen reduction in very poor aquifers. Because it figures that you dilute it out in something like the Casper Aquifer. So interesting question. I think we ought to focus our attention on the APOC
Right,
here,
right.
but
Sorry.
that's a bit paradoxical as well, that the Weirman model guides one towards protection of the aquifers that are least productive because it's counting on dilution to get it owed.
Sorry to go astray.
Right now, they're using that Weirman model for individual residential lots on the aquifer. And when you run that Weirman model, I don't think you're gonna get over 10 milligrams per liter for any one of those. So once they prove that, they have a professional geologist say they no longer, they're not gonna be under the 10. All they have to do is have an engineer the system. The engineer goes through the application, does exactly what we do for a conventional system.
And that's a complete misuse of that. It's made to be subdivision scale. We on this group have argued, as our county commissioners, that we need to worry about cumulative impacts. So to use the Weirman model on an individual septic system is going the opposite direction of trying to embrace cumulative impacts. It would be almost impossible to bust 10.
Right,
One.
lot by lot.
Yeah, so that's just something that, and DEQ doesn't require that. That's something that Albany County has fallen into, or the engineers that provide data to fallen into for lack of any other direction. So we do not want to condone that in any way. And rather than running little individual Wehrman models, which is utterly inappropriate, we need to be focusing on permitting the system like we're talking about, whether it's through an STM standard or some testing or whatever. Does that sound right?
Yes.
What you're seeing? Okay. All right, so I'd also point out that this isn't really in our jurisdiction at all. We're doing wastewater. It's because of its overlap with zoning regulation. But
One more question.
yes, that's
Your time. Just wondering about the biofilter leach fields, and how onerous it would be to do the testing. How hard is it to do the sampling ports, and how big a deal are the tests? I mean, would it be relatively simple for a homeowner to do that?
You'd have to install a lysimeter underneath.
Is that a big deal?
Well, I don't know what the costs or what that involves, to be honest. I guess we could look around. I don't know if anybody has experience with that. I don't have any experience doing that. It's gonna
a little
come.
bit different because with the septic testing we did, I mean, they did the vertical drilling, so you hauled in, or hauled in a big drill, But I mean, I guess with the situation where we're putting them in beforehand, maybe you just dig a hole under it and put the lysimeter on.
Right.
That's.
And some of these leach
Kinda
fields are
hard to
lined
know.
so they can take the water off, and take it off. I don't quite understand how they're doing that, because you want it to filter through the
Yeah.
ground. So
And
I
you don't want
one
channels going down.
right. Yes, I don't quite understand why some of those systems are going to be inlined, and then they're taking samples off of that. But yeah, I think it would be an advantage if we knew ahead of time that we wanted to do it before we constructed one. I would assume it would be easier than going in like they did for that one system and put lysimeters underneath. And they went down to 35 feet. They had, different lysimeters.
So the alternative to that would be to trust this research from other states and say that if we construct it this way, it will work. And just trust it.
And maybe that we could get a grant through the county that we could put these lysimeters in so we could monitor it. Yeah, I don't know if that's an option. Testing is always best, but.
well, we need something to move forward more quickly than that, I think. As you're the obvious proponent of, the current system is untenable. I think you make a very good case for that. And people doing individual septic Wehrman models and saying it proves anything is just nuts. And you don't have the guidance you need to understand what a plat that says advanced system even means.
Right, and I don't get involved in that. When it's on the plat and that was authorized by the DEQ, that's not the county.
Yeah.
I look at that.
Well, all right, let's hear from Mr. Gersh. We have in front of us several documents, one of which is represented as the staff recommendation, which is to walk away from replacement systems as far as holding them to a higher standard. To talk us through your reasoning there.
But to not do replacement?
Correct.
I mean, that's a decision up to you. I mean, obviously, there are pros and cons. The biggest thing for me is these folks have already purchased their properties. They have their homes. They have their systems on it, their wastewater systems. And now the rules are changing and requiring additional, really money, to put in an advanced system if that's required in here. That they purchased their property. They had no idea this is what's going to happen. Now, instead of paying for, just a traditional repair, or not a repair, but a replacement, $10,000. Now they're looking at $20,000, for the advanced system. Whereas if you're a new homeowner or a new, not a new homeowner, but a new purchase of property with nothing on it. And you come in and say, well, or going to purchase one, and you say, what is it gonna take to do this? You say, well, this is an aquifer protection area. You're gonna have to buy, have this special system, to do this, this, and this. They know going into it. Their eyes are wide open. They know exactly what they're getting into. And then they put those in, and it's kind of like they have the choice at that point to say, well, I don't want to buy this property because that's going to be too expensive. Whereas, someone that's already purchased it had it for 10 years and now the system fails and now they're going to have to spend a lot of money. Their wastewater systems are already expensive, but you're going to double that cost. So that's my thought. I mean, obviously, it comes down to kind of our discussion today. I think another thing to take into consideration is, are we looking to reduce what is kind of getting down in the ground, or are we okay with what is going on now? And then anything new, we're going to make sure that we look at that, I mean, you could think of it that way, and we'll do whatever you want. I mean, that's my perspective. I'm just thinking, we've got, these 400 people up there, or how many were there, 300 and some odd that have existing systems that there's a life cycle of these things. They hit a certain age and then they start failing, their things don't get into the ground, and they have to do something because their waste isn't going away. It's staying in the house. So I don't know, that's my thoughts on it. I understand all the other perspectives, and we'll force whatever gets approved, obviously.
I think you make it really good points. I think what we can do is make it the information about these alternatives available and encourage people to, if they can afford it, to do that. Not maybe force people to do it, but encourage it by providing the information, being accessible to answer questions, having detailed information on a website, which you will have anyway. I think that will be a good step in that direction.
Well, and another thing is we've talked about, I mean, this takes funding, but creating some kind of a program to supplement that. If somebody has to do a replacement, we've got a fund that they can apply for and help supplement the replacement so that they're using advanced treatment, whatever that ends up being, whether it's the biofilters or, a new box with the recirculation stuff in it. That's another option. I mean, that's a matter of collecting some money. So,
is there a way to incentivize people doing the nitrogen removing biofilter kind of leach field, to replace their leach field through property tax breaks, or would that be ridiculous, impossible?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked into that. I don't know what that would look like, or if it's legal for us to even do that. And that is the check with the treasurer.
The problem is, I mean, there's people out there with contaminated wells, some above the standards. And so status quo maybe isn't good for those people. And I don't know if there's money to help people drill deeper wells to get them out of their well completions, out of the Satanka, out of the shallower water. But it's I feel conflicted about, because I see what you're saying, but I also am thinking about the people who currently have wells that are, unsafe drinking water. And some of the literature out there that would maybe imply that 10 isn't even protective of health for, different bladder cancer. I mean, nobody has a definitive study, so you can't hang your hat on it, but there's a lot enough of it to make you anecdotally concerned about whether 10 is even protected. So that's my conundrum about it.
So let me ask Mr. Harris, just to be clear, and I think he's answered this. The sense was we would exceed our authority if we impose septic system standards on existing systems as they stand. But if they come in for a permit for a replacement, that exposes them to revised regulations. So that's what I'd understood you to say. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Okay, so
Once a permit is issued, whatever standards were associated with the permit, that runs.
and that permit expires when they come to us to replace their system. Okay, all right, so we're within our authority. Now, let's just, what do you think? Do we want to try to back up the train to mitigate the existing problem, or do we say that's water under the bridge? We're only gonna look at those 29 new systems,
79.
79, whatever it was. Okay, I'm sympathetic to trying to improve the situation. And that could be done through education and funds and incentives. I'm speaking from one person. I'm not averse to.
What if you
Making a move in
started
that
with the
direction
new
with
systems
regulations.
and you monitor, is there any monitoring being done? And if you start to see problems, then you incorporate the replacement systems also. Is that a
I
possibility?
don't understand.
So are you monitoring the well water for nitrates? I know it takes a long time for these nitrate plumes to move through down to where you're gonna have a problem.
Yes, there are wells that are being monitored routinely.
And groundwater monitoring.
Yes.
So if you start to see problems, can then you impose, say, we're
We
gonna do it?
currently see problems.
You are seeing problems. So you think it's justifiable, the replacement?
Again,
Yeah, I'm just
that's
saying.
why No, that's, if we didn't know anything about what's going on, I would feel that way, but no, I think the CAP does a nice job of bringing that research and those analyses forward.
And they suggested the replacement systems too.
They suggested replacement systems, and we don't have to follow their lead, but
Okay.
the science they brought forward, and I think that's clear that yes, existing septic systems have had a negative impact on water quality. That's a done deal. But is it, there's lots of, our car exhaust pollutes the air, we pollute the air. I'm not trying to be some purist about this, but the question before us is, do we want to reach into that installed base when they come forward for replacements? There's the moment that they are subject to, like bringing your wiring up to code when something happens and you're remodeling your home. So we could do that if we wanted to. I'd like to have it be a fairly light touch. But again, if the sense of this commission is leave it alone, try to address it through finding incentive programs, education, and focus our attention on only new systems, then that's a legitimate position. That's the one that Mr. Gertz is promoting.
Yep. How many replacement applications do you get a year?
Since you've been here?
It's a small percentage. Yeah, these systems last 20 to 30 years.
But
And they don't have a lot of problems with them.
For maybe we have a couple, people coming in.
We have one in the Sherman Hills that came in not too long ago.
what are we, I mean, I guess I'd look to Maura and you. My sense is that these are old systems. I mean, we are reaching the point at which we're going to see a lot of replacements coming forward. This is an opportunity to.
And you talk about, the city offering the sewage systems. Offering the water would help a great deal too, because we have setbacks for the wells from the leach field. And that we run into problems with that when you're putting a second leach field on a small property. Because you gotta make that setback for your well and your neighbor's well. And that can be a problem. So when you start talking about the 10 milligrams per liter, you start talking about people's individual well. Well, I'm kind of looking, when I came here tonight, I'm thinking about the aquifer. But yes, there are problems with that. because these people are not on water. So that's another way that, you can help alleviate some of the problems if they went on city water, but.
Well, and the city has this area in the growth plan, they show sewer and water coming
On the wall.
But who knows what time frame that will ever occur. I guess I'm out of touch with what the city is doing towards planning.
The city plan only includes water lines, not sewage. At least for the Sherman Hills.
I thought it was both.
No, just water.
That'd be something.
Most people in Sherman Hill would prefer sewer to come in and water.
Sure, they would appreciate your phone calls. If you wanted to ask them.
Yeah.
All right, we need to give these guys some instructions in how to bring another version of this forward.
Another option on the backing up the train idea is to just address the lots smaller than 1 acre or the subset 2 acres and smaller. I mean, that's still the majority of that number, but that would be an incremental way to approach it possibly.
Maybe maybe to find out how many of these systems, how old they are. And that might give you a better idea of
They
the
have it in the
replacement.
map. How many?
We don't know how old they are, but I think we know that in general.
Do we?
Yeah, Laramie Plains
The
has been there for
subdivision.
50 years. Sherman Hills was well developed by mid-80s.
Yeah. I mean, like, we don't, like, anything that was done in the 80s and.
Anything before 97.
Yeah, 97, like permitting is so sparse. It's like, so if we don't have a permit in those areas, it's probably put in the 80s,
I'm just living in Laramie. Commissioner Iber, I could speculate on that. I mean, Sherman Hills, Laramie Plains have been there since they were building houses in Sherman Hills in the 70s. Laramie Plains was all pretty much there by then. So
Some of these systems have been replaced.
could be, or those are nice environments. They're on aggressive soils. I don't know how long a septic system lasts, but if you guys are telling me 40, 50 years, then there's a whole bunch of folks that are.
That's pretty good, 50 years. I would say 20, 30, but I don't know. I don't have the
So there are going to be
experience
a lot
here.
of replacements coming. I expect.
Did you wanna, so I had some comments about, pumping tanks and who's doing that. So we currently license installers, and I think it would be good to license pumper haulers too. They do that in Laramie County. I think, I guess there's some legal issues about that. I don't know what the difference is from licensing an installer and licensing a pumper hauler. I think they have to be insured is something that we want, and we'd have to know where they're taking that waste. And we license installers so that they know what our regulations are. We give them a little test, and we have some confidence in them. They understand what the Albany County regulations are when they go to put in a septic system. So I would recommend that you license the pumper hauler too.
No problem with that.
And you could just add that to your current licensing of installers, like just, I mean, there's only two servicers in town, right? And I know.
No. Right now, that's all I know of too. I have a lot of people, and I've had a lot of people this year who want to become licensed as installers. So I don't know. I mean, you have to be set up to do this pumping and hauling. Of course, you've got to have the equipment to do it, and it's an investment.
So it doesn't seem like it's that big of a burden if there's only two entities in the county that provide that service to.
Well, you just don't want somebody fly by night doing that and dumping waste. That's what I would be concerned about.
Right, yeah.
If we're gonna make this an official policy, that we're gonna go in and say every 5 years, you're gonna pump your tank and you're gonna show us that you pumped your tank and it was inspected. If that's what you guys wanna do here.
Right. And, but your ability to track, that the hauler took their load to the city, municipal system.
Right.
I mean, I'm not sure what the city does to track the incoming waste. So I just don't know how.
It's almost like a knowledge thing, just like with our installers.
Uh-huh.
That you understand that this is where you're saying you've been licensed to the county, you understand where that waste is supposed to go.
Right, okay, so
The DEQ is
the
approved
intention
that.
isn't necessarily to, get a reporting feedback loop.
No.
That every load made it to the city sewer
No.
system.
I think it's just to impart that knowledge with people, that they know that, and that's what's expected of them when we give them a license.
Is there, if we're going with a form certified by the whole company, can that be, and that's a question for the staff, can that be made an online form that they can fill after they scan a QR code or something like that to make it quick and go straight into a database, so messing with paper forms?
We can make whatever we need to. So Joe does that.
I was gonna say we.
Just because it will be easier to monitor and
When I look at this, I think that's gonna have to be initiated by the county. If we're gonna do a program where every 5 years you're gonna pump your tank, you're gonna get a letter, you're gonna get a notification from the county. You'd have to stagger this. You'd say you have so much time to do it. And we have to get that report back electronically.
yeah, but if the report is online, then it's easier.
Right,
We'll do it-
but I'm just saying that that's something that's gotta be initiated. People are not gonna do that. You know, you should pump your tank every 3 to 5 years. Your tank's leaking, let people know, you know? I mean, that's what you should do. So if you guys want to do this, I think it has to be a staggered program, and it's something that we have to initiate and send out to owners and say, it's time to pump your tank.
Okay, we need to move on this. Let's just do a straw poll. Okay, first question would be, do we want through regulations to try to get at replacements as well as new tanks?
I like Maura's idea about the lot sizes.
The what?
Okay, so let's take a lot sizes, okay? Maura?
2 acres and less, requiring something, yes, replacement.
Okay, so let's configure our next iteration to include bringing replacement systems on 2 acre or smaller lots up to a higher treatment standard.
So maybe that could just go in the replacement septic system, definition, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I'd let these guys figure out where to put it in. Let's not
Yes.
try wordsmithing it. Let's try and get our concepts right. And it sounds like there's, okay, I'll ask, and we are willing to, or are we not willing to say we're going to spec a system, whether it's a leach field design or a particular mode of recirculation, rather than pinning it to a testable number? Where are we on that?
Given that we don't know how these sampling tools are set and done, I don't think we can go there.
Go with a sampling regulation. Others? I agree with that.
I think it's challenging to figure out how to do the sampling at this point.
Okay, so let's, again, we may see several iterations of this, but let's make the next one directed at some of the systems that our wastewater engineer shared with us. Looking towards hey folks, if you do this, we'll sign. And you can always put in like it in specs or equivalent. so.
So you put in the ASTM.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, 245. Okay.
So just
Okay.
assistant planner environmental, that's her title, just so you
All right, where did I, it used to be that, I don't know. What was Barney?
Barney, yeah, that was his title.
All right, I won't worry about taxonomy, that's up to you and your personnel, HR, whatever. All right. The other piece, well, what other things was she recommending that were deviations from your original proposition? Those are certainly two. The inspections and the hauling and so forth, I think that's a kind of a body. Do we want to get into telling people, and do we have capacity to monitor whether they pumped it every 3 years certified?
Certified.
Whatever it was. I mean, that whole, do we want to develop a regulatory structure that requires periodic report or not? As Mr.
So regarding the county's inspection authority, Wyoming statute provides that the county has the authority to enter and inspect any property, premise, or place except private residences. So there is an open question on what constitutes a private residence, whether that's the entire parcel or is it limited to just the dwelling. My advice is to tread carefully.
Okay, thank you.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Enter and inspect any property, premise, or place except private residences.
So we wouldn't be entering, the county's not entering, we're having an inspector inspect the system.
On behalf of the county. So, sorry, we can designate officers, employees, or representatives to enter and inspect it.
Yeah, you can do it because Laramie does it.
We already inspect the installation.
I go in and inspect the installation.
But yeah, she's doing a permit at that point, but I guess what we contemplated here is we would require of the permittee that they bring forward an inspection by a qualified inspector. That would quite.
Yeah, this is an ongoing inspection, not that initial inspection.
Right, but would we be subject to those strictures if it wasn't? The county is going to send somebody around to sample your septic system. Rather, you need to bring to the county a sample of your well.
That's helpful.
Okay, I mean, that would be the way we would want to structure it, I assume. Is that
Do
it would be a reporting requirement rather than a.
So you would have the homeowner do the sampling?
You would set it up, it has to be by a qualified somebody or other. And
Oh, I see.
whatever,
Somebody-
signatures and so forth. Then it would be an affirmative obligation for them to bring forward the results of a successful inspection. I would think would be the way you'd configure it. That would be probably within bounds. Okay, so do we want these gentlemen to offer us a draft that includes requirements for inspections, sampling, pumping, documentation that you did have it pumped? Sure. Okay, I'm kind of a no, but I'm hearing some sympathy for that.
Well, I don't think it'll happen if we don't. I mean, to
I don't
ask
think
people
it'll
to,
happen if we do.
you know,
Well, right, I mean,
What's your past experience that you didn't get
We didn't get a whole lot of,
a great
you know,
compliance level?
but I mean, yeah. I
And how do
mean,
you enforce it?
enforcement would be difficult, just requiring it. But I mean, what Lisa said, she would come up with like a program where she's like sending letters, you know, to a certain amount of people every time, whatever. Maybe she would have better, you know, results than what we did, so.
When it comes time to sell your property, that's when it comes into play. And people want to know that they got a septic system that works. So a lot of times, of course, when people go to sell their property, they have it inspected. They have their septic inspected. So that's one of the initiatives for the homeowner to do it. If we have on record that yes, they've kept their septic system up, you know, maintained, that's a plus for them. People come in all the time and say, I'm never leaving. Well, one day, unfortunately, we all die and something happens to your property. And people consider that now.
And I've had realtors call me. I've had a lot of realtors call me and ask me about septic systems when they were installed. And this would be another tool that we could use and say, this septic system has been maintained.
We crossed out the words when the property is transferred from the previous map.
I think it's hard to know when it's transferred. You know, I don't know unless there's some way with the assessor's office that we can find out. So I don't know how you would actually do that when it's transferred.
I mean, a lot of times we'll get calls, saying, hey, we're selling this property or whatever. Do you guys, does this have they'll ask if it has a permit or some of those other things. I mean, at that point, we could educate them, you know, I don't know, but we haven't seen a inspection from this property in 8 years. So I don't know. I mean, because they do contact us a lot of times when they're transferring properties, you know, just to make sure they've got all their permits and those types of things, especially in the counties, because, you know, wastewater is a big thing for a homeowner or someone that's going to buy a home in the county. So, yeah, they do contact our office quite a bit. I don't think we can get a list of that. I mean, by the time the assessor has anything happens, the transaction's already happened. So, yeah.
All right, let's let these gentlemen work with, does that provide some useful direction to bring us another iteration?
Yeah,
that would include those elements.
With Lisa, and I mean, most of the stuff in here is like, I have no problems with her recommendations.
I had a couple comments, at some point, there is reference to 70 meters and at some point 75 feet. Groundwater is less than 70 feet.
Mhm.
And in one place, so now I can't find it because I'm getting tired, but it says 75. So we might wanna be consistent.
Okay, we'll look that over.
And then the other thing is there is mention of PG, professional geologist, before professional geologist is actually spelled out. So my recommendation is don't use the acronym, just copy and paste professional geologist all over, like you have done with a professional engineer.
And that's fine.
Just to avoid cases like this.
Sure.
Those were my comments on.
Okay, let's, we'll have another opportunity to chip away at this. Thank you. Yes, please.
Sure. I think we talked another time about possibility of finding grant money for this, and I don't know if that's what you meant when you said funding, but if we could look into that, it would help a lot if we did have a fund to help people pay for it. I think it would help a lot with compliance. And,
So, yeah, the only thing I'll mention about that is when we did the Casper Aquifer Protection Plan update, Stantec did look into different sources for funding for this, you know, this very thing. And there wasn't a whole lot out there. I mean, there's like revolving loan fund, and the problem with a lot of the money though is like, we can't get it as government and then give it to private individuals.
Yeah.
That makes it difficult. So, there's obviously other ways to get money. I mean, there's the penny tax. I don't know if commissioners would want to put a little bit of money in there for that, because, you know, actually a little bit of money would go a long ways. But, so there are options. But yeah, we will continue to look for funding.
And the Inflation Reduction Act had a lot of money for a lot of things.
Right, yeah, I don't.
Just to get it started.
I know that we're looking at that for, I mean, the county's got other things that they're looking at.
Really?
For some of that type of money, they're like, oh, well, this is where this is gonna go, so.
But I have seen a lot of money given to people, like up to $20,000 for some of these systems to install for nitrate control.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, in other places, of course, you know, that, but I've definitely seen that.
I think it would just help a lot, make it more palatable.
Maybe for the inspections, we could get money for that too.
Yeah, the testing.
You're preventing leaky septic tanks over your aquifer. I don't know anything about my yard, so.
Commissioner Gosar certainly been sympathetic to
Yeah.
So that's certainly worth pursuing. All right,
We'll bring you something next month,
we'll put a
hopefully.
semicolon there, not a period. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Appreciate I mean, this is needed for a long time, so let's dive in, look at what's out there, take a deep breath. All right. I would like to move signs off our table yet tonight, if that's agreeable.
That is agreeable.
Okay,
I would like to comment that not only is it difficult, especially with this noise, to stay for 4.5 hours, but also going through the minutes was a slog. So I feel for you for writing them. So if we have cases where we talk about applications that have a lot of public input, maybe we can move things to the next meeting and stuff like that, so we are not,
well, the applications are the one thing we do that it have timelines associated with, right? We have to.
yeah, no,
Respond
I'm
within
not
a
saying
certain time.
to move the applications, but to move discussions of future planning or things like that to meetings where we don't have two applications with a lot of public comments.
Okay.
This
Mr. Chair?
yes.
I would say like typically, we put all of this on the on the agenda. We get to what we get to when it comes to this other stuff. We have to do the applications, but everything else is up to your discretion.
Right. So I'm appealing to the chair.
Right. And I'm saying too, like, I don't think we want to leave it off because we don't want to forget that it's there. So that's why it keeps coming back instead of like.
Well, I've had a discussion with Mr. Gers that I would like to see those things on the agenda so they don't die. And we need periodically to assess. I'm impressed by how long my colleagues are willing to put up with these meetings. We do have a certain amount of material to move through, and we need to chip away at it. So, I mean, my goal is to get us out of here by 9, and we can just flat out make that a rule. And we are into the agenda beyond what we have to do. So, yeah, if at any point anybody says, I move we adjourn, that's a relevant motion. We can proceed with it. Mr. Ayers particularly has become a bit frustrated with the glacial pace on the sign ordinance and its constitutionality, which is why I'd like to at least get that one out.
Yes.
If that works for you guys. Okay?
Yeah.
Okay. And because the major amendments coming from me, we'll let the vice chair take over this segment, if that's acceptable.
Yes,
Please
that is acceptable.
Please proceed.
As a reminder, we've been doing this for a long time. My goal is that we won't do it again for another night. The main reason we're talking about this is because the constitutional issues that Matt identified, we have 4 versions of sign regulations before us. All of those have been cleansed of constitutional problems. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So how I propose that we attack this is that we choose one of these versions to work off of. And my suggestion is we go with the staff alternative per acreage, version 3. And that we go through these details, sign numbers and sign sizes, line by line, try to see if we don't have consensus, and then move to approve or take action at the very end. And further, that we begin with the most permissive size numbers, size signs, and work down from that as a starting point. Does that sound acceptable?
I just suggest that we start with the cleanest one. I mean, all of these that have all the mount monsters, red strikeouts, it's hard to make your way through. So I would suggest that we start with I mean, we all agree with, I think, everything in there. So
we'll end up with the same result wherever we start.
Or just a matter of how hard it is.
Go ahead.
I'd agree with him. All right, I have that available in Word and we can do it on computer.
Very good.
You've got all those other ones you can look at and you've got my little cheat sheets.
Yes, I'm always willing to concede to smart people.
Mr. Chair, may I just really quickly,
Yes.
To accommodate some of the discussion about vehicles and flags specifically from last meeting, staff has included some amendments which address those. see if I can find the right report. But the effect is that flag is defined and the problem is you cannot define the content of the flag by any means. So if you say that it's, non-commercial, that's not allowable. So the solution was to just allow flags up to a certain size as of right.
I saw that.
Okay. And then also just adding in the definition of sign, it just excludes operative vehicles.
And that would take care of Burns exemption in very end.
Yes, but it would also prevent a loophole where if you just put a trailer on the ground.
Okay, right.
Yeah.
So that's in the clean version.
Yes. Or that's in the staff alternative per acreage and staff alternative.
That's what I thought. That's why I was gonna go that way, but.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's go through the details first. And then we'll take care of that language and get to this. So, again.
By the way, whoever made this table, thank you.
Indeed. Well, yeah, that was well done, David, or Joe, whoever did it. I actually did the same thing with pen and ink, and this is much better. So, all right, so we'll just start at the top and work down. Under agricultural zoning, the very top number of signs, the most permissive number of signs is 10. There is a 5. Is 10 okay with folks?
I think 10 signs times 18 square feet each would be 180 square feet. It's a big, it's a lot.
Scattered across 35 acres. Well, depending what you want to do with your acreage.
You can put all of them in one corner.
Wish you could.
Is 10 okay or 5 okay with all the folks? Laura, Diane?
I like 5.
I like 5.
Vern?
Okay, Paul, that's, you're looking under staff alternative.
Well, we're looking at the very, very top line
Per tree.
under agricultural zoning.
5 signs for 35 acres. And we can make them bigger.
Entire top line.
Well, 4 is bigger than what we published for 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it just means very, very top line. Top row.
Four is really small. 12 square feet is nothing.
So are you able with 5?
Sure.
Okay, David, let's go with 5.
Is it per acreage?
No, but is
Are we doing per parcel or per acre?
Great.
35.
Per acreage.
Per acreage.
5 per acre.
5 to 35 acres.
Okay.
About 35.
Okay, and then sign face size, next row. We go from 2 to 18. Again, I'm suggesting we start at 18. That's 3 by 6. Is that okay, folks?
I'm okay with that.
I find that kind of large.
Seems big, yeah.
That's not large.
Do you want to toss out another number?
3 by 9, 3 by 6.
So that's like that gray panel, but well,
Yeah.
no, that's,
3 by 6 is smaller than a piece of plywood.
3 by 6, our posters that we put in conferences are 3 by 4. And
that's 12.
they're about the screen of this television. Slightly bigger. So 18 square feet is not very large.
And 4 is really tiny.
4 is tiny.
Mara, Diana?
What about 12?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what about 12?
12, sure. All right, Dave, 12 it is. Height max, next line is 6 feet across, so nothing there.
Okay.
So underneath commercial industrial zoning, line 4, number of signs varies from 10 to 6. 10's most permissive. This time you're actually low, right?
Yeah. What happened?
Is 10 okay? You live at 10?
Yeah.
All right, Dave will be 10. Sign face maximum size, we're starting at 18 feet again. Do you all want to go to 12?
I would go 12.
I wouldn't care so much in that.
Okay, David, 12. Height maximum, it varies from 8 to 6. Is 8 okay? 8?
Okay.
David, you stay with me?
I'm certain.
All right, you're better than I am. All right, under rural, small lot, number of signs, 2 all the way across. Sign face maximum size.
Are we talking 2 per minimum lot size or 2 per any old size?
Going per acreage.
Per minimum lot size.
Okay,
Yeah, good.
that was size.
So once again, we're up to 12. Is that okay?
Yes.
Thinking of my
talking-
neighborhood and thinking that's
Right,
pretty big.
talking
3 by 4.
And these are signs allowed as of
3 by
right,
4
so
is
you would
12.
also get larger signs by permit. Just to
Ah,
keep in mind for all
okay,
of
right.
these.
Right.
These have all been as of right.
Right,
And then you can also get bigger signs with permits.
Permit. Then I think 4 is,
So that gray panel's probably 8.
4 is not too small. 4 is tiny.
Okay, how about 8 then?
That gray panel is 4 feet.
That's 4 by,
Yeah, that's roughly.
4 by 2, something like that?
That's roughly.
A little bit smaller.
Maybe 6.5, but anyways, close.
All right.
Well.
So 8.
Okay, 8.
6. What do you think? I don't know, because you can get bigger ones with by permit if you want to.
right, so it's not like we're preventing people if they really want to.
How about 6? You can read that. It's 2 by 3. You can read it.
Bernie, you okay with 6?
That's
All right, 6 it is.
Wait, 2 by 3, 6. Okay, 6.
Height maximum, we got 6 versus 4 feet. 6 feet, okay?
I like 4.
4, you're looking out your house window in the neighborhood.
4 feet, okay?
Doesn't even stick above the weeds. Well, in circles, right?
All right,
Take
4
care
feet
of
it is.
Was that a consensus on 4?
I think 4 is, Joe's laughing over there, so it's gotta be 4. All right, signs allowed by right, temporary, under agricultural, we've got 32 versus 36.
36 is 4 by 8.
Yeah.
It just comes out of a sheet nicely.
I think that's a small difference. I think 36 is okay.
How about it's okay?
All right,
32 is
36.
4 by 8.
32 is
Right,
4 by
right,
8.
like, single dish, yeah, all right, 32, make it 32, you like that.
Number of days on property, 90 days versus 180 days.
We would recommend 180 after last. Just because political seasons.
Okay. People okay with that? 180?
We want to shorten the political season.
Right. Oh, too bad. 180.
Okay.
Okay, sign face maximum size under rural small lot, 32 versus 9. Standard recognition here, it looks like 32.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a sheet of plywood. 32.
Okay.
Number of days on property,
Yeah.
once again, 180.
I would make it 90.
I'm wondering about that 32 for the smaller lots.
Again, we're talking about a sheet of plywood. You think it's too large?
They're temporary, they'll be on there however long.
So that's why I'm for 90 days instead of 180. 180 is half a year.
Right, which covers the political season.
Not in Wyoming. Starts in May.
Still, yeah.
May through
Made in November, that's 6
Well,
months.
June, July,
Maybe
August,
they're
September,
smaller
October. Okay.
180.
Now we're in temporary signs, we were in permanent signs, right?
Yeah, we're temporary signs allowed by right.
Now we're in temporary.
Yes. Okay, fine, 180 days.
Okay, so 32 and 180. All right. Signs requiring a permit, permanent, number of signs. 2 looks okay.
Sure.
Two.
In agriculture.
2 per.
2 per acreage.
2 per 35?
Yeah. That's.
Oh, 2 per 35.
Yeah. Sign face maximum size, 64 square feet, looks like the popular recommendation here.
Okay.
Okay, 64 it is. Height maximum is the same, setback from property line is the same. And commercial, industrial, 6 number of signs, same.
Okay.
Looks like everything's the same.
Yeah.
All right, we okay with details then? Whoa,
Hey,
holy cow.
You're doing good.
Oh, yeah, see, I told you I was gonna need some help here.
Now we're in
Permanent, we're talking permanent signs.
residential permanent signs, yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like there is a complete, oh,
So sign face maximum size, 24 feet.
Yep.
Okay,
If it's permitted.
height maximum, 6 feet versus 16 feet, 6 feet.
16 feet.
6 feet.
How much is 16 feet in meters?
6 feet.
That's pretty large.
3,
No, it's more.
4,
Divided by
4-ish.
no, 5, I'm sorry.
3 feet per meter.
Can't go a little shorter than that.
So it's 5 meters? That's high.
Do the neighbors get to comment on the permits?
No, they're administrative or ministerial,
So
sorry.
they're gonna get the permit if they apply for it.
Correct.
Will you give me?
6 is too low
Remember, these
for
are
the
tools to
size of
class
the
A.
site.
Well, yeah, hardly give you off.
These are
6
tools
is
for the
too
rest of
high.
How about 12?
12.
Diane, Laura, is 12 okay?
Oh, wait, where,
Where are you?
where,
How high is it?
how high? High
Permitted side
maximum.
residential.
Wait, in residential?
Yeah.
So you're picturing these on like a 1 acre.
This is
lot
rural
in
small
Sherman
lot,
Hills.
science requirement permanent, yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you need a 16-foot high?
Well, we're saying 12 now.
Why would you need that?
Why would you need that?
Or 5 acres?
I don't know. You have to ask Brian.
Yeah.
I like
Nobody-
16.
Most two-story houses are
Too low,
about
so
25
we have
feet max.
24 square feet, that is only 6 feet high, that
Okay, well,
can
let's
bear
make
it
it
in the
12
ground.
square.
Make it smaller.
Yeah. I picture this on a 1 acre lot in Sherman Hills. It's gonna
This
be obnoxious.
This is for residential up to, these are 10 acre lots. 10 is 5 smaller, right?
But it's
Residential.
as small as
Small
right.
lot, urban, I mean, they.
Let's make it 10. 10 is the,
And urban, yeah.
I
that's-
think, so think
Imagine
about,
this per 10,000 square feet. Right? Urban residential.
Yeah, I mean, but you've got all residential together, right? We don't
right.
have different rules
So
for.
10,000 square feet.
Picture a sign that big on a tiny lot.
Be obnoxious.
Like, I think I'd be annoyed if,
Okay.
it will tear in the wind.
All right, Laura, what are you suggesting?
I said 10 feet.
well, I still think 6 feet is plenty high, but I think the sign face maximum size needs to be smaller than 24 square feet.
Like says, well, I was asking you,
Like
what are
12.
you suggesting there?
I don't know, 16 square feet? A 4x4?
Is that okay, folks?
I'd rather see
16.
12, but I can live with it.
All right, 16 for the sign face maximum size. Height maximum,
Makes you want to get a sign, doesn't it?
No.
I'm joking.
Makes me want to get
Feet.
nobody to get a sign.
12? Okay,
12 feet?
I think our covenants.
Wait, where are you now?
height maximum size.
12.
12 feet?
For the 12 feet high?
Yeah.
Why would you need a sign that high?
You just look at what you need, there's no
It's
other.
gonna obscure my night, my looking at the stars at night.
Well, keep in mind
For
also,
you guys for our proposed version.
Well, you guys have 5 feet, I mean,
4
6
feet.
feet.
Yeah,
I'm
6
all
feet
for
high,
6
1
feet.
feet.
Okay.
10.
Why do you need a sign, a permanent sign that high?
Your house is sticking up 20 feet, so.
That's global, and on some of these you might
also
get
keep in mind,
30.
just the fact we've got these height
Okay,
maximums
size.
doesn't mean that's what people are gonna do. There might be a few people.
I like 6 better.
How about 10?
8.
8, wanna go with 8? 8. 8's the answer.
These numbers, well,
Yeah, you guys thought our version was screwy.
are we doing 8? Is that what you said?
We're 8.
That's where we've landed here.
That's where we are right now. On premise signs, agricultural,
8 what?
Tall.
that's the 8, that's the height.
What about the set? Did you
Setback.
Setback's the same.
Did you say 1 sign per minimum lot size? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay, I didn't catch that reference. Thank you.
I thought you said you were keeping up to speed here.
That was earlier.
Our new chair, no worries. Okay, agriculture is exactly the same.
So these are the on-premise property signs located at the entrance, which I also changed the definition a little bit.
So the only thing that's actually different is under rural, small and urban, sign face maximum size, we got 16 feet versus 32 square feet. And once again, I'll remind you that 32 square feet is a sheet of plywood. Is that okay?
And that's in addition to all the other signs.
Wait,
This is
wait,
the
wait.
agricultural.
You're talking agricultural?
Well, now we're in residential.
We're down back to rural, small and urban. All those,
You went back up?
all those are the same. We're all on-premise signs, rural, small and urban residential,
On premise.
sign face maximum size, 16 feet versus 32 square feet.
The only difference is in commercial industrial, the staff accommodation is 10 feet high and all the others are 20.
You're right, I missed that. How about 20 feet?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll make that 20.
For commercial industrial?
For commercial industrial, yeah.
Height max.
And finally, the sign face maximum size for rural small and urban, 16 versus 32. 32, okay?
Yeah,
32 it is.
that's what the Timber Canyon Ranch sign is. When you took a picture.
Yeah, something like that.
None of them's okay.
Okay, Matt, you said we need to address the sign definition?
Okay, so yeah, what else have you?
Okay, yeah, so. No, I mean, yeah, I guess, so sign any object, device, display, structure, part thereof, except for excluding operable motor vehicles. And then added a definition for flag, a sign made of any fabric, banner, or bunting containing distinctive colors, patterns, or symbols. And of course, there's kind of, you could use these for advertising, but over the many months, I don't think that there's a way to exclude that without being content-based. And you get
So
flags up to 24 square feet as of right, with no number located.
okay, so
Under
let's
this
go
proposal.
back
They probably already are.
Okay, I'm sorry, you lost me. Are we talking about definitions now?
to- We're defining flag,
Mhm.
Okay, fine.
and flags are exempt up to. Some
They're
size.
just allowed as of right,
Up to some size,
up to 24 square feet.
4x6. Should do my multiplication right that time.
Yes. Which what the standard flag size is. So
You
that
can
is
get a
bigger
permit for a
than
bigger
standard flag size.
Okay, any dissension there?
I think it's an unworkable definition, but we can give it a shot. I mean,
For flag or for,
well, yeah, I mean, I can make, I can make signs that are fabric and the ones that have a partial frame around it, but they're fabric, are those flags or are those signs? I think there's just a whole lot of ambiguity. But anyway, we may not solve that. I
the
find
sign
it,
primarily made of? Wholly made of?
Only made.
what's the difference between a board and so does it have to flap to be a flag?
I would say that the traditional July 4th bunting or the half flags, those don't really flap.
Unsupported fabric would start to sound more like a flag to me than a frame.
Okay, and the definition of a flag is a piece of cloth or similar material, typically oblong or square, attachable by one edge to a pole or rope, and used as a symbol or emblem of a country or institution, or as a decoration during public festivities.
As long as you take off that last part.
You can't have that on us.
What?
You can't have the last part about typically used
What it's
for.
used for. I think this definition is gonna be fine. And for you, what specific language did you add at the end of your,
Well, yeah, so it sounded like the missing piece from what I was thinking of, and I like vehicles, I added buildings. The building's already sitting there, and I paint something on the side of it. How do I distinguish artwork from signs from anything else? It seemed to me that a building, same idea that the building is there for some other purpose, but it's a great big, it's gonna obscure your stars just the same. Why not let me put something on it?
Well, Tumbleweed put a sign on the side of their gas station with gas prices, right?
Go for it.
So, like, I wouldn't want to make them exempt because they put the sign on the side of their building and the building was intended for something else.
So I would exempt it. I'd say that whatever you want, you can paint your building whatever color you want, or you can do it in stripes, or you can do it in Eat It Joe's banners. My exemption would exactly be that. You can do whatever you want with the side of a building. You can't build a building and fake a sign, but you've already blocked the view and done all the things we object to
But
about signs.
I'm confused because if you exempt the side of a building, then then Tumbleweed could make blinking lights on their gas sign. They could exceed the lumen requirements. They could make a really obnoxious "come by my gas" sign.
Yeah.
And put it on the side of the building. So I think this exemption is a slippery slope.
What about a piece of artwork that a fish mural that I've painted on the side of the building? Again, we have to take a very expansive view of science because we've defined it as anything that anybody can see. Then that was your intention, that they see it. So I agree, I wouldn't want somebody to have flashing lights on the side of their building, but if they want to paint it, they're really darn well pleased, but not offend my sensibilities.
Well, if it meets the size requirements we just talked about,
But if it doesn't, I
or
don't,
they could get a permit for it, right? Could you get a permit for it? Like, I want to do a mural on the side of my house,
it'd be too big.
but you can apply for a permit for it, I thought is what we were saying.
Then don't take up this whole side of the house.
No, permits only go up to a certain size.
Yeah, there's a limit.
I thought you had your by right size and then you could apply for a permit for.
Well, I mean, we just said how big each of the permitted ones.
Well, then I guess you just have to keep your mural small.
All right, well, I would include it, so if I voted down or up or.
Can you
Matt, any
think of a
problems with this?
solution, Matt?
I mean, I think, despite a common understanding is, this was from David and Joe's input, so.
We're outside of the constitutional issues here. We agree we can't regulate by content, but we can
Okay.
regulate by size, time, place, and manner, and however we like.
Well, in that case, on this item F that Vern has added for exemptions, can I have a motion?
I move we accept the vehicles and building walls where the intended purpose is not where the main use of the facility is not a sign. So a vehicle that's not just parked out there to be a sign, that's the point. So my exemption would be vehicles that are primary uses as a vehicle, buildings whose primary use is as a building.
Could we
Can you make
exclude
it a
lighting?
residential building? Can you make it only on residential lots and not commercial lots? Is there a way?
Yeah.
We can do whatever we want.
That's
Could we
time,
just
place, and
exclude
manner.
lighting from the exemption?
Do you have anything to say, or?
Wait, did you just say no? You can't, man, I didn't quite catch your answer. You can't single out.
You can do it by zoning district. That's always allowed,
Okay,
as long as that's the only distinction.
My comment would be that we create regulations, we do the best we can, we define things the best we can, but there's always gonna be some judgment.
Yeah.
If it doesn't look like a sign in staff's mind, we're not gonna say it's a sign. Somebody paints a fish on the side of their building or whatever, or a mural or whatever, to me, that's not a sign. I mean, I wouldn't say that was a sign. I think you use judgment in what a sign is and what needs permitted and what doesn't be permitted.
Okay, I'm concerned about that, as I wrote to these guys, that we can make this thing constitutional in its text, but as soon as you start saying, I mean, one appealing thing would be it'll be just complaint based. If somebody doesn't like it, then we'll go out and measure to see if it fits. Now you're talking content. So if instead of a fish, it's a bunch of swastikas, what do you think of that? Then you're gonna start thinking, well,
somebody paints
that
their sign with a bunch of
that starts to look like a
swastikas,
sign.
that's
and
their
You're in the content business. Well,
You can't get in the content business, exactly.
so I'd like to get you out of the content business. So it isn't whether you think it's a fish mural and I think it's a statement on tearing down dams to let salmon run.
Okay, well, I would, whether it says it's exempt, specifically like what you're proposing, or if we leave that out, I would treat it the exact same way.
Well, if my exemption was like paint the side of my building any way I darn well please, then you're never gonna have to decide whether it's a sign or not. That's my exemption proposal.
Sure.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, Somebody paints the side of their building, I don't care.
Well, okay,
To me, that's not a sign.
even if it says Eat at Joe's, 10-foot high letters.
Joe's not opening a restaurant.
All right, well, that was my only point, is that I think we need to be careful of this, creating something that is by its nature enforced in a content-based manner. All right, so.
Once again, do you guys
Okay,
motion?
I'll make a motion that we exempt vehicles and signs.
Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, any further discussion?
I think you have to at least narrow it down to residentially zoned places so that you don't open the door to tumbleweed, making a really obnoxious side of their building sign. I mean, all the people who showed up at that sign permit meeting were concerned about the light coming into the neighborhood across the street. And I think
I'll amend my motion, unlit.
That works much better for me.
Unilluminated.
Illuminated, yeah, whatever.
Okay, so unilluminated buildings.
Illuminated. And same with the side of a car. I mean, I don't
Yeah.
want flashing lights on the
Right.
side of my car saying you did friends. All right, so that would
Ron,
be
would you
my,
accept that?
I do accept
Yeah.
them, and
Any further discussion? In that case, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries.
What did we do?
We've approved,
The exemption was
Exemption?
unlimited? Unlimited?
unilluminated buildings.
It would be excluding operable motor vehicles and unilluminated.
building facades.
Yeah, I think that would be. What is facade?
Yeah,
We don't want the vehicles to be lit either.
yeah,
The
We're
face of
not
a
saying
building.
anything about
They both have
residential
to be
only,
under-
or
we didn't do
did
that.
that? Okay.
And Diana's correct. We don't want flashing sides of vehicles either, so the illuminated exception.
Excluding operable motor vehicles and unilluminated.
Excluding unilluminated motor vehicles and building facades.
except for
And
the
illuminated
headlights.
applies to the vehicle.
Except for the headlights and the tail light.
Yeah. I mean, the whole thing now is you have these trucks.
Hold on now, just for a second. Matt, you got that okay?
Excluding unilluminated motor vehicles,
And building
And-
facades.
structure, and facades of structures.
And did you say operating vehicles?
Well,
Wait,
we
Uh-oh,
kept the
what'd you just realize?
language about, I guess I was thinking my language of.
so that's gonna, any sign that is then placed on the facade of a structure, as long as it's unilluminated, then that's not a sign.
That's okay.
That it's not a sign.
So that would mean
So if you,
your example, they could put a big old sign on the side and flash their messages.
because that's an unilluminated
It's not a sign,
facade
and we can't do
of a
anything about it.
structure.
We can't regulate it.
So, yeah, tumbleweed
I
could
guess it
have
couldn't be flashed.
as big of something as they want. So long as it's, so do you want to say excluding unilluminated, painted facades of buildings?
I mean, what's the tumbleweed thing? It would be an unilluminated sign and it could say, stop here for free gas or whatever it wants to say, is my suggestion.
So like, let me just, there's a building that's south of town for a landscaping company or whatever. They have a big 100 square foot sign that's on the side of their building. Would that be allowed without going through a permitting process?
That wouldn't be a sign.
That wouldn't be a sign,
Because it's
which
step-
Because
that
it's
is
attached
a
to the
sign.
facade.
That is what a sign is. It says what it is. It has the phone number on it, an address. I mean, that is a sign. Now we're basically
It's gonna,
saying that's not a sign, so
it's gonna drive.
just because it's on the
people to
side of
put
it,
Signs on the side.
yeah, this is just gonna be a loophole.
Yeah, you can just do whatever.
It's a big
Yeah.
loophole.
All these businesses are, they're,
Huge loophole.
yeah, they'll just put up whatever they want. And I guess maybe that's
Not
the
what we
purpose.
want.
That's okay with me.
I make a motion to undo.
Wait a second, we have a-
the Last
oh.
exemption. To,
I guess I'll make
do we
these
have to formally take back what we did?
Yes.
Yes.
No, we didn't vote yet.
Yes, we did.
We did. We
vote.
passed it.
unanimous.
So then we need to make a motion.
Somebody has to
undo
bring it back, right?
We can amend that.
or to retract.
We now have something that's been amended. You keep on amending.
We can amend it again. We
If you
can
want-
strip it down to
That
vehicles.
becomes the corpus, amend it as you please.
I suggest we strip it down to vehicles and go forward.
Say again?
I suggest we strip it down to vehicles and go forward.
So take out the buildings.
May I have a motion?
You just made the motion.
No, he's asking you to.
Yes.
Um,
Yes, Vice Chairman, I'm asking for a motion.
So moved. You said, no. Okay, I move to amend the definition for the exemption to remove the reference to facades of buildings.
Stockton first.
Second?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed?
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. David, do you have that?
You got it.
Okay, in that case, may I have a motion to approve these amendments to our sign regulations? I recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners
As,
So we recommend approval.
As amended.
as amended.
as amended.
So moved.
Any further discussion?
I'll second, or you already got a second.
Go a second here.
Okay.
Any further discussion? In that case,
Just
roll
to-
call. Diana?
Aye.
Marv?
Aye.
Marv?
Aye.
Bert? Aye. Aye also. Carries.
So you don't need to do a new public comment period because there
I
were.
was getting ready to ask.
No.
Changes and it can just go into public comment for the Board of County Commissioners. They decide to.
Correct. And that's just because it was internal to PZC.
All right, in that case, I'm declaring this a success. Thank you. Bert.
Okay, that's that. All right. Well, I'm inclined to adjourn. Is there something that's on, I mean, I've got some specific comments on our aquifer protection overlay. I'm willing to defer those. Discussion of the implementation, Mr. Gersh, was there something you had a burning desire to share with us on that?
On which one?
On discussion of implementation of Laramie area growth plan?
No, like, we had it on the agenda last time,
Okay.
kind of discussed it, but not a
Okay.
whole lot, so I just bring it back.
Let's carry it over along with, okay, with absolute objection, we'll carry over the general aquifer protection overlay zone amendments as well. There's a couple of, I think, substantive pieces there we need to go through. Staff update, anything you want to share with us?
Till the next meeting.
I don't think so. I mean, we've got a couple of hearings scheduled for the Board of County Commissioners on the first meeting in May, I believe it is. So whatever the first Tuesday is in May, just fencing and, oh, it's just fencing from this body.
So they approved what we sent them and now it's out for their 45 days.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
That's all.
Commissioner comments, anybody else want to bring anything before us?
Thanks.
Very good.
Website.
None, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you for your patience. Thank you, Vice Chair.
So
Finding a way to move
this
quickly.
will